Good afternoon. It is Wednesday, August the 12th. It is 10 seconds to noon. Mr. Posh will be in his chair by noon. Welcome to the regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. 10 seconds. Looking for additions and deletions to the agenda.
There are no additions or deletions to the agenda today.
Excellent. Looking for public comment unrelated to today's agenda. Ellen Anderson, please join us. And technically, Mr. Postman beat the fire department.
See, you were jumping the gun.
And Dora was ready.
Oh, she's here today.
Take one if you want and pass them on. I'm going to be talking about this chart for, well, we got 3 minutes of starting. I think are there two, or did she give me? She brought one, no. Do you need another one? I got an extra. I don't know what these mean because I don't know where they've been taken.
We're ready when you are.
Oh, is one or two?
Red is on.
Does
Yeah.
Francie need one?
Thank you. Ellen Anderson.
Here, pass it.
Good afternoon. My name's Ellen Anderson, and I have two new things for you today. I do not want to get into how difficult it is for me to have to kind of work around Pickens County, I'm sorry to say, to get my message out, but we'll do that in private. The first thing I want to do is review a email I sent to you guys plus Public Health and Environmental Health today, and it's a relatively new article from CBC, Canadian Broadcasting, and the headline is, "These Toronto residents say there's already too much plane exhaust. Doug Ford wants to bring in bigger jets." Doug Ford is their governor, premier. And you could transpose that into Pickens County residents say there's already too much plane exhaust, and Pickens County wants to bring in bigger jets. This is really relevant to what we're doing, and it contains valuable scientific information. The article reviews recent research which increasingly links exposure to ultrafine particles, particularly near airports, and serious health problems. Two quotes from the article. One, in 2023, a study of 11 million people in the Netherlands found a significant association between annual average ultrafine exposure and premature deaths. Second quote, in 2024, two researchers, McGill and University of Toronto, found that ultrafine particles contributed to about 1,100 premature deaths a year in Montreal and Toronto. It was hailed as the first study to look at ultrafine particles and mortality in Canada. Such studies have already been done in France and the Netherlands. I'm sending this all to you and to other staff so that you can read it. Please read it. If you can't open the link, which I've been told sometimes, get in touch with me and I'll print it out for you. I want you to read it. It's a short read. Number two is we have new data from, as you know, Aspen Flywright and Friends have been monitoring and continue to monitor ultrafine particles. The county shut us down at one of our locations, but we have two other monitors. And this is recent data from our what we call sensor number 2, and you can see the continuing trend that when the airport is open, you can see these spikes. I know we try to turn this. There we go. That's when airplanes start flying in the morning. And when you see the little dots plummet, that's when the airport closes at 11 p.m. The low readings in the bottom here are overnight when there are no airplane operations. There's a little anomaly here. You will see that overnight there was a little bit more than is typical. What would cause that? Well, that happened to be when there was a huge rock concert out there. And if anybody was there, you know there was an enormous amount of diesel being burned for stages and sound and buses and all that kind of stuff. So it seems consistent with our readings that we did pick up on those overnight, which is not typical when there's not a rock concert. So these are new data, new information. Please read this. If you can't read it, it's that important. I'll get you a printed copy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellen.
Thank you. Good to see you. Further public comment unrelated to today's agenda.
Well, I think the alarm on our phones just made the comment for us.
Any further comments unrelated to today's agenda? Seeing none, commissioner comments unrelated to today's agenda.
I don't have any.
Commissioner Clapper.
I just wanted to know that I just returned yesterday evening from Virginia. I tried to bring home green trees and water, but they wouldn't let me put them in my suitcase. Virginia was beautiful, and it was really nice to see how green a place can be that has a lot of water. Lots of bird life. Went back to visit the family farm for our late sustainable agriculture farmer, Casey Pescura. It was a great experience. And if anything else I really gleaned from my trip, the people in the South not only talk with that slow drawl, they live life at a much slower pace. And it was very nice to be somewhere where people weren't always in a hurry. And I wish that people around this country would learn to take deep breaths. You can talk with the drawl if you want to, because sometimes it was hard to understand. But it was a great experience to be visiting that part of the country that I'd never seen before. Again, we had our dear friend Casey Pescura in mind, and we're working on the Seed Peace nonprofit foundation for mental health awareness and counseling and health services in general for our local farmers and ranchers here. And then we're starting to do work over in the Paonia side of the mountain and in their hometown in Darby, Virginia. So it was a great experience, and I'm sorry I missed the meeting yesterday.
Thank you, Patty. Greg.
Thanks for going, Patty.
It was great.
I just wanted to put a shout out to CDOT, who are currently cleaning the shale bluffs, and they're doing a great job. They have a vacuum and a sweeper and a big loader and a trucks, and they're hauling all that shale that has fallen off of shale bluffs out of the catchment basins, and they're cleaning up the highway. And what was even better is that I had my own lane. They'd closed an entire lane, and so on my bike coming in, I had the full lane to myself, and I thought, this is how it ought to be. Thank you.
Further commissioner comments, Ted.
Yeah, I actually changed my mind. I do have one. Great ribbon cutting at the Redstone Bridge.
Don't bring it up. I asked for it not be scheduled when I couldn't be there. I wanted to be there.
Well, we represented for you.
Thank you.
And there were a lot of people there. It was impressive. Jeffrey can add to this if he needs.
I'm gonna.
I'm sorry.
No, please, Francie.
I'm just sorry I wasn't at the ribbon cutting. I was at the championship game for the men's hockey. And 3 of my sons and 2 of my grandchildren play on the team that won Down Valley Trash. Congratulations to Down Valley Trash.
I'm going to wrap up commissioner comments with a thank you to Redstone. I was 3 minutes late. I drove down after yesterday's work session and arrived in Redstone to no parking anywhere in the town of Redstone. So the oldest bridge in our inventory from 1947 was replaced and formally opened yesterday. So thank you to the businesses and community of Redstone. Thank you for keeping the heritage of Pitkin County alive. Thank you for the historic structures and reminder of our roots, the ruby of the Rockies, and for the amazing sandstone quarries. Thank you to Redstone for your elegance, your charm, and your beauty. Thank you to the first responders for keeping us safe through this closure. And
Go ahead.
I was 3 minutes late.
Keep
Give
going.
me a break. And this
We
fire
like
season.
it. Keep going.
Thank you to the county engineer for his diligence, for his humor, and for getting work done ahead of schedule and to budget. Thank you for making Redstone about people, about open spaces and trails, about community parks and the boulevard. Thank you to the cyclists and the pedestrians and the skateboarders and ZG Jeep, one of the first to cross the new Redstone Bridge. Thank you for building a bridge of a place, respecting color and charm and location, and for removing the abutments from the wild and scenic waterway. Thank you for bridging 1947 and 2026.
That's about 3 minutes. I'm sorry.
Nicely done.
Well done,
Jeffrey.
Joe.
That was very nice.
Seeing no further commissioner comments, consent agenda items, the minutes of the 22nd of July regular meeting, and the citizen board appointments. And I'll just mention that I interviewed Lori Smith at the Basalt Library for the Pitkin County trustee position, and a ratification of the BoCC is required for this appointment. I met with her and the Basalt Library Board at the Basalt Library last month.
And can I add?
Please.
I just want to add really quickly that we want to thank Cora Tracy, who is our new youth appointment to the Citizen Grant Review. This young woman has a lot of energy, a lot of passion and compassion, and I think she has a long way to go in life and in this world, and I think she'll be a great addition, and I want to thank her for figuring out how to fit it in her already very busy schedule. So I think it's a great appointment that we're going to be making here today.
So thank you to Lori Smith and to Cora Tracy. Looking for a motion to approve the consent agenda items. Nancy, thank you. Greg, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Assessor's valuation, we have Deb, we have Sam. We have Mick.
Thanks, Sharon. I believe Kim Tarver might be online. Hi,
Sam.
Commissioners. Sam Ingen, Manager's Office. This is a public hearing, and it is to go over the County Board of Equalization assessment appeals for property tax valuations. This is the second round of hearings. The first round was with the Assessor's Office. We had 2 appointed hearing officers this year, which were Kim Tarver and Mick Ireland, who's here as well. We received 32 appeal requests for hearings. Those hearings were held July 6th through July 31st. And Attachment A encloses those valuations and determinations. So we're looking for you all to approve those today. We can send out notice of determinations to those petitioners and start the third round of appeals. And just for the public, so they know, that round is for those petitioners to appeal with the state level, which is the Board of Assessment Appeals, with the county again, which would be binding arbitration, or with district court.
Questions for Sam? Greg?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I looked over those and I saw that several are packaged together with one applicant, different addresses. And I thought, wow, there's one guy who owns a lot of property and, was trying to appeal it all. And then I've discovered an address that I recognized was a friend, and I texted and said, hey, what's up with this? He said, well, there's a company that packages these appeals, and they'll take a commission if they are successful. They take 35% of the rebate if there's a, I guess that's a common practice. I wasn't familiar with it, at least most of them were in that category, I assume. And I was just wondering, is that something, that's one of the questions I had, is we don't know who the taxpayer is, but they can just go to an intermediary and have them apply, so we don't see who they are, at least not on this form. You probably have the address and you can track them down. I understand that. The second question, that was just noticing. The question is, can you explain stipulation for me?
Yeah, so your first question is, we do require petitioners to submit an authorized agent form when they do submit their petition, if they do have somebody representing the case on their behalf. So when you see that person's name on there, that's because that's who filed the petition for us. So we do have those documents on file. And then a stipulation is just a mutual agreement between the petitioner or their agent and the appraiser before it goes to a hearing. So that's a mutual agreement on the value, and that's binding as well, so it wouldn't go beyond to another hearing.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so the taxpayers who are basically paying for these abatements are actually paying an agent who's representing these people.
But they only pay if they get a tax return, an abatement. They don't pay if the guy's unsuccessful.
If they fail.
If they're unsuccessful, then they don't. So that's the game.
So, any
High
que-
stakes.
Any
Yeah.
questions about the determinations outside of the process?
Nope, that's it for me. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you.
have a question?
Please, Patty.
Is there like a running theme with taxpayers who withdraw? Is there like something that jumps up, or are they all, I changed my mind, or I want to pay somebody, or, I mean, they can withdraw for any reason, I would imagine. So I'm thinking that maybe there's a theme.
Often I find once they receive the packet of material from the appraiser's office, which is required 2 days in advance of the hearing, and they review that information, they may determine that the value's
Okay.
not worth appealing.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yeah, just one more comment.
Please.
Well, I would say, and this is, thank you to Mick and other people who worked on this, there are not any gigantic, huge changes like we've seen before, so I'm glad to see that. Most of them were pretty small, and most of them didn't even go through, so I'm not unhappy about that.
And can I add a comment? It's
Please.
my understanding that a lot of this, people just go through so they can take the next step and go to what are their options, which, thank you for putting that on the backside, arbitration or the state board. So it just kind of allows them, if there's a process you have to go through to get to those next two steps. So a lot of them just do it so they can move on.
Anything else? This is a public hearing. I'm going to open up to public comment. Any public comment regarding item number 3, Board of County Commissioners sitting as the Board of Equalization? Closing the public hearing, bringing it back to the board. Any further questions for Sam, Mick, or Kim?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Patty?
I'll second.
Francie? Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Jeanette. Thank you, Mick.
Thanks, Sam.
Where's Kim? Is Kim online? I'm online. Hi, Kim.
Thank you, Mick.
Thank you.
We are on to transitioning the plan. Approving transitioning the plan. Not a sentence I ever experienced in Dickens or approving transitioning the plan.
I know, I missed the civil rights plan part.
We have that later in the day. Civil Rights Act of 1964 is coming up when we talk about grant assurances, so further in our calendar.
Okay.
Good to see you.
Phyllis Mattice, Senior Advisor with,
Jeff Hembury, Human Resources Manager.
Nice to
Um,
see you.
I originally wrote the civil rights plan back when it was first adopted by the board, and at that point, we weren't sure where something like a civil rights plan should live. So we didn't really put it anywhere. It stands alone. And recently, the Department of Human Services at the state requested some revisions to the plan. Now, the plan originally was asked for by the state because we qualify individuals for Medicaid. So as a federally funded financial benefit, we had to have the civil rights plan. So there's a few process pieces that the state required, exactly where complaints go, and Jeff is the administrator of the plan, so any questions about how it's been working, he can answer. But so when we looked at how do we revise it, we went to the board who approved it the first time, so we have to go to the board for the revision, but when we looked at it, thought it really should be a county policy. We have a process in place for county policies. It's well established. They all go through the administration team. Is that what they are? Yeah. Thank you. And it's under the county manager's authority as final approval. And that's where our EEO, Equal Employment Opportunity Policy is, our anti-sexual harassment policy is, so it's like this one seems to fit in that category. So our recommendation is to make it a policy, but then we had to look at what do we have to do to make this happen. So what we have to do is have you all rescind the original resolution and approve it being transitioned as a county policy under the county manager's authority. I think I covered all the pieces of
Yeah.
that.
Well explained. Sounds like a good idea.
Commissioner Clapper.
So the two changes technically being made today are to change it to a policy and allow it not to have to come back to the BoCC for any changes in the future. Is there still the opportunity then for the county manager to say, I think this is a significant enough change to bump it up to the BoCC?
I think that's always the case with all policies,
Okay.
whenever something's there. That-
And can a member of the public who disagrees also have that avenue or ask that it go to the BoCC?
In the policy, I would say no.
Okay, because it's
But-
internal.
But within the civil rights plan, if there's a complaint that a civil right was not followed or not provided to an individual, they would have an opportunity to make a complaint, and then it goes to Jeff, and it would go through that
Okay,
process.
great, thank you.
I would just add to your preamble that, again, we're looking at stuff later in our agenda where under our grant assurances with the FAA that the Civil Rights Act of 1964 is one of the grant assurances, including Title VI of the Civil Rights Act. Ted or Francie? One reading informal reso. Further questions for Jeff or Phyllis? Seeing none. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
We have a motion and a second approving transitioning the plan.
I have a procedural,
Please.
because it is not a formal, an informal reso, we don't have a public hearing, is that correct?
So there's no public
Requirement.
hearing under the Home Rule Charter for informal resolutions.
Great.
Of course, the board can take public comment if you would like.
Okay, great. No, I'm good, I just want to make sure we're not violating any policy.
And that was how it was originally approved, so we tracked that.
Great, thank you.
All those in favor?
Aye,
Aye.
thank you, good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you all. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks, Jeff.
Thanks, Phyllis, nice to see you.
Election participation, Jeanette Jones. From transitioning the plan to electing to participate.
Hi,
Hello.
am I on? Yeah. Okay. Jeanette Jones, Manager's Office, and put it this way? Do I talk low? Do I? Okay. Okay.
Like 1 inch closer.
Boink. Okay. This is a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County, Colorado, electing to participate in an election to be held on November 3rd, 2026, right around the corner. In order to place a question on the November 3rd, 2026 ballot, the BoCC shall adopt a resolution formalizing and authorizing the board's intent to participate in the election. And all part of that is notifying the county clerk of the board's intent and authorization. And the resolution before you is providing that notification. The board has indicated its intent to create a ballot measure, which will be on your agenda a little bit later, coming to you today. Statutory CRS, I won't repeat the whole thing, but it addresses requirements for formal action to participate in an election that will be conducted by the county clerk and recorder, and obligations of Colorado political subdivisions to notify the county clerk and recorder in writing of intent to participate in an election. And that's what is before you at this time. And again, the ballot question has been created, and you'll be reviewing that here a little bit later on in your agenda.
So Healthy Communities number 12 on our agenda. Any questions for Jeanette?
I do have a question.
Please, Patty.
So does every jurisdictions, for example, the school district, they have their own process to place a question on, but they also have a time frame they need to notify the clerk? Is that correct? So we should be hearing from all those other districts, special districts, or school district, or fire district, so we know what else might be coming forward to be put on the ballot. We should know that at the same time frame.
Most of the notifications have probably already been done because the time frame for fixing the ballot titles, which is what you all are doing in your later agenda item, needs to be completed by the time the ballot needs to go to the Secretary of State's office, which I think is September 6th this year, but I could be off by a day or two there. So that's why you have today's meeting and you're meeting in 2 weeks to set the Healthy Community Fund agenda item, but all the other local subdivisions of the state are doing a similar process internally and working with the clerk's office to make sure that the clerk's office is aware that those items will be coming in going forward from here.
I'm asking mostly because I'm curious to see what else is going to be on the ballot that we may not have heard about yet. So we should be hearing about that shortly.
Well, Jeanette's a fantastic election coordinator, but I know that Ingrid's office has to wrangle the other political subdivisions sometimes to get the information out of them in a timely fashion. Because
if
there's
they
a lot of
don't, they
work
could
that
not
goes
get on
into
the
it.
ballot.
Yes, so,
And she did mention that there's a couple that haven't filed their intents, so she's
Yes.
trying to work diligently to get them
Okay.
to come to the table.
It's in
we
their
do-
hands and not ours.
We do have an election meeting on Friday, and so I can get the scoop and
I'm
provide
just
that to
curious.
you, Patty, if you'd like.
Thank you.
Yeah, there's also a memorandum of understanding, which, if you elect me as the designated election official, that I will sign, and with, combining with Ingrid, signature, and there's a lot of steps after that ballot question is approved by you all on the 26th. It is a Tabor question. It's a tax question, so it's Tabor. And for sure, I will be coordinating with the county attorney's office on every step to make sure we are in compliance. And
Thank you.
Ted, and then
Just on that, there was a story in the Aspen Times with a list of up to 15 ballot initiatives that would be state level, potentially on the ballot, which if they all got approved, would be a record, they said. So that's beyond what we're talking about countywide, but it could be a pretty busy season for ballot homework and messaging.
so this is for ad valorem as well as sales tax. This is anything.
Any ballot question, I think, that goes on.
So I guess the question is, when are we going to, will we see, similar to the way last year we saw the Basalt Library, will we see Roaring Fork Rural Fire come through this room?
no, I
Even though
think,
it's a district?
no, I
not
think
on
this
one.
is the only one you have this year.
Why would the library come but not the fire district?
part of the library district is located in Pickens County, and
Roaring Fork Rural follow suit?
I don't know exactly where their jurisdictional boundaries are, but I don't think they're pursuing anything this year.
I thought they were going wildland fire.
I don't know.
It's up to them to figure it out, and if they miss their deadlines, it's their
Coming
concern,
up.
not ours.
Well, their headquarters is in Eagle. So maybe that's
It's
why.
a district, same, but so is the library, same
Yeah,
in Eagle.
yeah. It's true.
But they also have their base in Stonemas Village, so they'd be technically voting on a Pickens County ballot under their district.
Further questions for Jeanette, Kara, clarifications? Again, this is a one reading informal resolution. I'm looking for a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you,
I have to find it.
A resolution of the
Okay,
Board of County
resolution
Commissioners.
of the Board of
Thank you.
County Commissioners electing to participate in an election to be held on November 3rd, 2026.
Thank you, Francie. Thank you. Second by Greg. Further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thanks,
Jeanette.
Thanks, Jeanette.
Diane Jackson, Ryan Mahoney, Liz Woods. You are the next contestant.
Public hearing.
So items number 6 through 12 are first readings set for public hearing on August 26th, a fortnight
Let's
away.
zoom in so I can make sure the bear didn't come back. The bear came back yesterday, last night.
We're waiting for Jason.
But then I remembered
We might
there's
have
this,
some technical
so-
issues here. Bear with me one moment, Chair.
No worries.
We're waiting for who?
You don't see Raconda in.
Interesting shirt.
Diane, you want us to take 5 as we get you want to text
Is
a
that
friend?
possible? I apologize,
And we
but
would
yeah,
love to
we're
take
having some
5, so
technical issues.
Pandora, we're going to take 5 as we text a friend. Good afternoon. It is 12:34 p.m. It's Wednesday, August the 12th. This is the regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. Apologies for our 5-minute delay as we were getting our technical consultants online. Thank you for Brian Elliott and Jason App for joining us from Recondo. We are currently on item number 6 regarding parking fees at the airport.
Thank you, Board. Myself, Diane Jackson, Airport Director, as well as Liz Woods and Ryan are all here as a follow-up from our work session about parking rates. I'm going to let Recondo, Jason App take it away on what we heard from you from the work session, what we worked on as a proposal, and we are happy to answer any questions kind of moving forward in, I would say, phase 1 of our parking rate increase. So Jason, thank you.
Yes, thank you all. Can you all hear me?
Perfect.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much for this opportunity. As Liz and Diane mentioned, so we were with you last month in a work session to go through some history and some transaction data and some potential alternatives for parking increases at the airport. Just kind of some summary from that previous meeting. Parking rates unchanged at the airport since 2010. We did some benchmarking of vehicle parking rates at a number of peer airports, which you saw last time. The average short-term rate was $342, long-term average $558. From an hourly perspective, daily max short-term $21.17, long-term average $18. And an average parking revenue per enplaned passenger of $8.72. So those are all some metrics that were based on that benchmarking that we had done. Those averages do not include Aspen, but they do include all of the other benchmark airports. So as of current, we showed this last time as well, the rates at the airport and revenue per enplaned passenger are well below those of the benchmarked peer airports. We did look at some parking revenue and transaction data that was made available to us by the parking operator and the airport. I think of note there is the high number of complimentary transactions. Those are transactions that are that go basically unpaid or revenue-free transactions. So any transactions that are up to 30 minutes are complimentary, and then of course all the employee as well. I think that's 70% there, and the second mention there is ELK, so I apologize for that. So as we talked about last time, the ELK lot capacity is affected by employee usage, and we showed some statistics on that last time about how much employee usage it seems like there is in that lot, and some of the complications with the kind of the turnover of employee shift changes corresponding with people arriving for flights can cause some amount of congestion or just overuse of the lot, not enough capacity. And so from a rate standpoint, we did look at a couple of alternatives last time. The first one was really just an inflation-based rate from 2010, which generally came out to about $20 a day for the short term and $8 for long term. So Bear and Elk lots, respectively. Alternative 2, just another example. So looking at kind of a short-term rate based on kind of the upper end of the benchmark data that we were looking at, and then from a long-term perspective, kind of looking at that, cost to park downtown at the garage. So a short term of $28 and a long term of $15. And based on some feedback from that work session, along with some input from staff, the proposed parking rate changes do fall in line with the alternative 2, at least as far as a max daily rate. So in the Bear lot, so the short-term rate will go from $12 to $28. And then we just kind of looked at a commensurate increase in the hourly rate, so $2 to $6 from an hourly rate. There'd be no more surcharge. This would be basically a straight hourly rate after the free period up until you get to the daily max. In the elk lot, that rate would increase from $6 to $15 with a commensurate hourly rate change from $1 to $3 an hour. On the employee side, the current proposal is to not charge for employee usage of the parking lots. What is being proposed is to do a validation of the employees during their shift, such that employees are basically free to park during their shift and with some buffers before and after to get to and from their vehicles. But I think the idea is to try to cut down on misuse or overuse of the parking facilities by employees. Kind of during this period of this validation exercise, some data would be collected and analyzed, and I think this would provide a lot of good information to both the airport as well as the parking operator to really get a sense for how much use the lot is getting, and to hopefully crack down a little bit on misuse of the lot to the extent that may be happening. I think an important point here is that I think kind of longer term airport staff it does want to reevaluate perhaps within the next year proposals to eventually have employees pay for parking. But that proposal would be at a different time. And so again, at this point, proposing no charge to employees as is current practice, but also to do kind of a validation to analyze some data. So that is the proposal as far as parking rates go.
And Jason, if you don't mind, I'll just clarify a couple items. Thank you, Ted. We took your advice on what other organizations in the Valley have done as an interim fix to be able to gather more data for everyone before we propose charging employees and how the shuttle would work for them taking RAFTA up to our stop. That was introduced to them as promised in a stakeholder meeting that we had this month, that they would each have their own iPad to validate, and our current thought is to give them 15 minutes so their supervisor in charge would have to validate everyone so they have some ownership of the employees leaving, and then give them 15 minutes, obviously, or half an hour, something reasonable to get to their cars, but not an extended period of time post-shift, and that we could validate that and audit it as needed to really show enforcement with that. So I think that was an important item, as well as looking at the rates. We appreciated everyone's comments from the work session and really worked to obviously maximize our revenues and staying in line with other peer airports and downtown garage.
Greg.
So thank you, Jason. I just wanted to add a
Greg,
couple clarifying items.
Please. Greg and
Yeah,
then Francis.
questions. Just when I think about parking and parking rates, I think of Aspen Highlands parking. I think of City of Aspen parking. And the parking garage, I hadn't thought about that, how it probably is less expensive. But people pay a premium to be where they need to be at Highlands or in Aspen. It's crazy how much they're paying per hour. So when I look at these, I think it's pretty low. I went and looked at DIA parking rates, thinking, well, there's a similar airport. Most people are going through there. They could drive to DIA and park. The DIA rate is, the economy parking is $6 an hour, $18 a day for days 1 through 3, then $16 per day after. Their short-term parking is $7 an hour, $168 per day. So when I compare, we're a bargain compared to Denver, which I guess it's nice to have something that's cheaper here than in Denver, but I don't understand. And then the other question I have is, it looks like, is it 65 or 70% of our parking lots are taken by no fare parking? Is that what I saw on that chart? It said 65%, but it was a percentage, but it didn't say of who or what?
It is, and it varies on time, so I'm glad you asked that, Greg. It varies on the time, and unfortunately, their shift times tend to be our peak times for passengers arriving, so it's essentially a perfect storm.
So complimentary, so 70% of the bear
The
lot is
complimentary
full
transactions are a
with
majority
complimentary fares,
employees,
okay.
and, we have random badge auditing or badge and appointments, things like that, but that is
And the bear
largely the
lot,
employees.
the bear lot, a lot of those complimentaries are less than half an hour, which
Correct.
is understood. Okay, but it's not people parking for free for some other reason, whether they're an employee or something else. So it's
We
half
hope
hour.
that this can, yes, stop the storage of vehicles to beyond the
Right.
employees
Well, if we're
using
trying
it.
to stop storage, I think the rates are too low.
And we're happy to look at that. We wanted to bring something back, and we chose alternative 2 after having the conversation with the board. But we can also, I think Liz had brought up, bring these back at rates and charges every year too, to be able to analyze those each year. So that would be coming back to you in a couple of months
You know,
as
if we
well.
were to throw Grand Junction Airport or Eagle in, maybe that would skew the results, but I don't know what Eagle charges. But I'm just thinking that if we really want to get in line with the other people serving the same population who are trying to get somewhere and park conveniently, I would include DIA, definitely. Thanks. I don't know what anyone else thinks, but that's.
Yeah. To add on to what Greg said, you have to drive to the Denver airport or take the train because cabs from Denver are ridiculously high to go to the airport. You don't have to do that here. A cab is anywhere from $13 to $25 from Aspen to the airport. So,
50
what?
more.
More than that from my house to the airport, and I live
So
in town.
anyway, it's a reasonable amount. Plus, people have friends who can drive them, or whatever. Not to mention our mass transit, which stops at the airport, whether you're on a local or the BRT. So you don't really have to drive to the airport. So and now we're getting messages so often that the airport parking lot is full. So I agree with Greg. I think this is kind of low. I mean, my children will kill me if they hear me say that, but they shouldn't drive to the airport. It's just that simple. And so since it is a source of revenue for us and it will help us fund the changes at the terminal, I would certainly approve this level enacted right away. But I would also consider higher. And as I said last time, I really look forward to the discussion about the employees because I do think the airline should be paying for their employees. There is no reason for us to give them free parking there. And they're not carrying luggage. So they could take BRT pretty easily. I'm assuming most of them come from Down Valley. If we start charging them, maybe that would make them take the bus. Just saying. Or carpool or whatever. So, yeah, that's where I am.
Commissioner Mann.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of the sentiments shared here as far as increasing to a more competitive rate than what it's been. And I do appreciate hearing the concerns about staff. That's what I think I hear the most, more than what I would pay as a resident. It's like, what about all the friends who work there? And I think we're trying to figure that out, and it's in a good spot. If we move forward with this, it would be in effect in the fall, and basically only through closure in April. And then, once the airport construction started, like when are we realistically going to be back to some sort of structure like this? It's going to be, if we're going to be staging out a Brush Creek Park and Ride in the construction period, or let's say when it reopens next, in the fall of next year, or what are we looking for is this even apply to the reopening?
So the goal is to have our parking back open when we reopen, which would mean the same rates, or at that time, if you wanted to discuss a rate increase, we could do that as well. So yes, you have this rate proposed in front of you right now. That would be through the closure. And we're happy to evaluate that, going forward on a quarterly basis, how much additional revenue we're bringing in with that as well.
Okay.
I think this has always been a very constructive and very good conversation for the airport. We were just going with alternative 2 based on what we heard in work session, but we're happy to look at a further
But what about
increase.
like when construction begins on the new terminal where the Elk lot is? that's going to be,
So we will not have parking, so we will not be generating parking revenue
Okay.
during the closure, because unfortunately, the whole airport will be a construction site
so
at
that's
that
what I guess I'm
point.
asking, like, if we put these, if the two lots aren't actually going to be functioning, once we start construction, this is really almost a pilot program through closure in April.
Correct.
And then we're going to have a lot of time to see, did it work? Do we need to tinker with it before we're actually revisiting a new parking garage?
But we will have parking on site when we reopen in November.
Right.
Yeah.
So, so we would be able to come back in the fall of next year when we do our annual rates and charges and change those parking rates at that time if the board wanted to do so. You would be
Yeah,
reevaluating
okay.
all of the charges that year for the following year, going into effect January 1st. of
And that makes sense. I
28.
guess I was just looking at it like this is almost, if we move forward, it's almost like we have a pilot program period. There's going to be a closure where we can assess, did it work? Then we're going to have to be looking at whatever the next setup is for parking and maybe can address any changes then. I think it's a good thing.
Patty, and then I'll.
Okay, I'm going to stand by what I said, which is different, believe it or not. I would rather see us have some amount of increase starting in October, but not going to alternative two. I want to give the public some time to get familiar with this, because if we start this in October, people are going to be caught off guard. Even though we put it out there, we're going to hear about it. You might not hear about it, but we will hear about it. So I think it'd only be fair to the public to increase it at some level inflationary plus a little bit to bring it back in October. And then when we close in April, then we have time to reevaluate the employee parking, the use, et cetera, to bring back new numbers when we open in November. That's what I would like to see rather than just hitting them with the full board and this amount. So we can say, we're going to make more money so that we can fund the improvements to the airport. We're putting that on the shoulders of our traveling public, and I'm not comfortable doing that. Not now until we have a better plan vetted out. As far as employees, I've had an issue with employees parking there for quite a while who've been taking advantage of it. And I hear it from other employees who don't have a place to park because they know their peers are parking there and going skiing or whatever. So I think we need to have a better system of monitoring employee use of the parking lot, and maybe a 3 strikes and you're done. You don't get a permit anymore. You figure it out. As far as them being able to take a bus from Brush Creek or from anywhere, we don't have a system set up. Plus, does it run the hours that some of those employees need to be there? That's an issue. So if I have to be there at the early morning shift and there's no bus running, what am I supposed to do? I have to pay to work at the crack of dawn or before the crack of dawn. We need to take that into consideration. The other thing I think we need to have a way to follow is people who are parking there who don't work at the airport, but it's cheaper or reasonable, or they know they can park out there when they come to work in the morning and they go skiing. If there's a way we can track license plates to say, you're parking there 5 days a week because you're flying every day for 5 days a week as you come and go, or what, I think there's a way we can vet that out so that we find a way to not allow people to use the airport parking so they can jump on a bus and get into Aspen to go skiing or to go to work or to go to an event because they don't want to pay Aspen prices. They don't want to take a bus all the way from home. They know they can do that. So that hasn't been addressed. I think that's something we need to address. So as of right now, if the board moves forward with hitting the people with the full amount in October, I'm not going to be able to support that. I'd rather give the public some time to raise the rates, say back in November, be prepared.
What would you propose?
Further.
Well, right now we have a short term, we have an alternative 1, which is inflation. We could add a little more, bringing it back at second reading. We'd have to have a third reading if we're increase or reasonable. We could have a little more than that, but not going from 12, to 15 or 28. I mean, I don't want to hit them with the full increase in October without giving the public time to get prepared.
Diane, time to respond, and then the chair is going to respond as well.
Yes, and I think you bring up a really good point, Patty, in terms of communications of whatever we decide. We can come back at second read with a comms plan of how we're pushing that out to everyone, our frequent flyers, our newsletter, a banner on the website. So we will do what we can to be able to push whatever increase we have.
And I understand that, but people will only pay attention when they get hit with it when they go to park at the airport. And I don't want them to be blindsided. When they get out there and they're already there and shoot, I don't have time to go take my car somewhere or catch a bus or whatever. And so, you know, I can't take a bus for the Catch the Early Morning Flights from my house in town because I don't have bus service from my house to Ruby Park to the airport at that hour of the day. And for me to pay $50 to take a cab, you know, I don't have an option when you live at this end of town. And I live right here. You know, I could probably, don't suggest walking to the airport at that hour in the morning. But yeah, because that's a long walk.
Not with
but
my
I'd probably
suitcase,
get there
Patty, that
faster.
wouldn't be an
Carry your suitcase
option.
on your head.
Roll it down Main Street and limp, so maybe somebody would pick me up. I don't know. Yeah, so I would rather see us make a reasonable increase in October. And then, so the public actually goes out there and parks and says, oh, they've increased the rates with signage. In November, we will be reevaluating an increase, significant increase, because that's where people really pay attention, is when you hit them upside the head with their pocketbook.
So the chair's going to take a liberty. Fully supportive of option 2, and the question would be, why are we still under average for long-term parking? So a question for Jason, why didn't we come up to the average, at least for long-term? So 18 rather than 15. And I guess I'll just give it in 3 parts. Is there any also way of excluding employee parking in Bear, given the 59% denial rate, so we actually have it available for the traveling public?
What do you mean by that?
So in other words, you can only park in Elk if you're an employee.
They utilize the 30 minutes
I can't
free
hear you
at they utilize the 30 minutes free at times, and I think that would be a little challenging
To enforce. Yeah.
Being fully transparent. That's a tougher thing to enforce because their license plates go into, but what if they have a different car?
Yeah. I mean, I guess my retort to Commissioner Clapper would be, we could have gone higher, we're still below average. And I thought we're supposed to defy ordinary in Aspen. That was supposed to be accurate
That wasn't funny.
And I guess
think so.
the follow-up question then is, we as a county also need to update the policy for overnight parking at Brush Creek, which is related to conversations later in the day as well. So that if you're using the parking at Brush Creek, for example, to take the Highlands Flyer or to go to the airport, overnight parking, which is not sleeping in the parking ride, should be a permitted use. So again, just an observation for the county. So comfortable with option 2, would have preferred to seen that we at least came up to average and defied ordinary. So thank you.
I'll add just a couple more
Please.
thoughts, if that's okay. I do think, Eagle Airport is less than this, but they have a lot of real estate.
They
We
just
are
increased their rates.
So limited in the space that we have. So I do want to stress coming to some kind of resolution for the employees. And I think as soon as this goes into effect, they should absolutely not park in short term. And as I said at that last discussion, I think it would be wise to segment off a part of the Elk lot for employees. And then if you have people parking in there who aren't employees, then you can deal with them and give them a ticket or whatever. So that employees do have a place to park, and they have to, you know, put a little code in or something to enter that so that other people can't. And it's another way of tracking their time there as well, if they have to click in and then read their license plate on the way out, however you do it. But I think that by segregating the employees, that we'll be guaranteeing available spots for the public to a certain point, until we don't have any more, but also making sure they have a place to park, the employees, when they get to work. And I know there'll be that trend, that time where they're passing each other, so the amount of parking is greater than when it's not transition time. That's pretty awkward. I don't know what to say about that.
Patty and then Greg.
Yeah, I agree with Francie about employees shouldn't park in short term. That should be for short-term visits to the airport, not for employees. But it would be hard to segregate out a section for employees, because if those spaces are empty and the traveling public doesn't have a place to park, they're going to say, why are there 20 spaces sitting over there in the employee parking that aren't being utilized? I think they can scan employee license plates that'll show you employees and what their shifts are. There's got to be a way to figure that out. And I think we're going to start with the supervisors have to be accountable and make the employee accountable But I think in the future, there'll be a system where their schedule is scanned in, as is their license plate.
I'm sure there's professionals who do this.
Commissioner
Yeah.
Postman.
I
I
just
think
wanted
so,
to say
too.
to add to the conversation and the confusion, I've always loved the idea of off-season rates. When it isn't busy, not to completely gouge people for whatever the full rate's gonna be, but to cut a break in off-season. I don't know if that would be very hard. I don't think it would be very hard to do, but getting back into something closer to what we see elsewhere is a great idea, and I think we're on the right track. I would go along with the chair's suggestion, but then also if you could look at off-season rates as well, because it would be nice to offer that when the place is empty, to have to pay maxes. That always hurts when you're used to off-season rates in a town like this.
I will
We have an
say,
off-season?
I was actually going to say that our parking is actually just as full, if not more full, in the off season
Oh, is it?
because
'Cause
we
everyone's
have
gone?
locals travel.
Oh, we're trying to
traveling, yeah.
disincentivize that.
It is
Okay.
more local, so
Scratch
we
that.
could still look at that, but the lots are pretty full at that time of the year.
Good point. Thank you. I'm happy to let you figure it out.
So this is a public hearing. Seeing no further, giving me a shake. It is a public hearing.
It's not a
It's
public
first reading.
hearing.
First reading.
It's a
First reading. Apologies.
Will be a public hearing.
Any further, Commissioner Liz?
Just a quick clarification. I wanted to, we obviously heard Commissioner Clapper's feelings on this, but the rest of you seem to think that it was too low. So I'm asking the question of, is that what you really think? And do we need to, do you want us to look at these rates right now?
I'll speak to that.
Please.
Okay. I would be in favor of going with alternative 2 now, and then next in 27,
November of 27.
and we have to look at rates and charges again, then we could reconsider and see if.
Okay.
But, I mean, this is a pretty big jump, so, I mean,
I just wanted to clarify before
Yeah,
we move
I appreciate
forward.
that.
Okay.
The chair's only point was that we're still below average for long-term, and I was just questioning why you didn't just go straight to 18.
are you okay with waiting till we reassess?
I can wait a year.
Okay.
I'll see you in November. Further discussion, seeing none. Looking for a motion.
So moved.
Francie?
Second.
Ted? Further discussion?
Are we approving alternative 1 or alternative 2?
So the resolution that's in your package is for alternative 2.
Thank you.
I would
So,
like to make a
please.
comment. Yeah, again, I think it'd be in the best interest of our traveling public to give them some time to adjust and not just have them drive in on October 2nd, not being prepared to pay a significant increase, but being alerted to the fact it's coming. It's just not coming right now. And again, to find a better way to manage the employee rates or the employee parking so that it doesn't continue to be abused. And I will not be supporting this motion.
Comment.
Further discussion? Greg?
Just a brief one is that Patty is right that people in Aspen and in our community, maybe people everywhere, respond only when it hits them in the side of the head or whatever you said, in the face. The fact is, if we waited until whenever, they're still going to respond the same way. So the sooner, I think we just.
The sooner we hit them, the better.
Exactly. Thank you.
I'd rather not hit them at all, but then again, it's just the public.
Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye, with respect for Patty's opinion.
All those opposed?
Oh, I opposed. I am opposed.
Sorry, I heard 4-1?
Yeah.
Thank you, Greg. Thank you, Patty.
And just as we're
Karen.
leaving, on a side note, when everybody's calling me, because everybody calls me first, I'm sending them all to you.
Okay.
Jason, are you staying with us for the PFCs?
I can. I believe we have Brian online.
Jason, Brian may be going to the PSC consultation meeting with the airlines. We're trying to divide in meetings today, so we can handle it too. Jason, if you want. Is he on there? Oh, okay. Disregard.
And you guys are very interesting, but we're also watching the police activity outside the building, so.
No.
I'm not. I'm actually paying attention to the meeting.
I'm not.
Sorry.
Including Ben's out there too.
Well, he's got a big bottle of wine.
Brian, are you on?
It's not a bear.
Okay.
Well, we can go ahead and get started. All right. Oh, there he is.
Ryan Elliott, thank you for joining us.
Oh, there you go.
So,
So the
sorry, Brian. Chair, with your permission, we'd like to discuss the next two agenda items in a presentation, and then we can vote on them separately.
Excellent. Absolutely.
Okay,
Thank you.
sorry, Brian. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the Board of County Commissioners. Brian Elliott with Recondo. Happy to be with you this afternoon to cover the request of staff to seek BoCC authorization to file PFC application number 14, new application, and also to amend an existing application number 12. The content of the amendment to number 12 basically relates to the scope and description of the project. When the project was originally approved as part of application 12, manufacturer-specific information was provided. That manufacturer is no longer in business, and as such, the amendment is basically a change in the description to remove the manufacturer's name and reference the specific units in the airport fleet that are being replaced. So this is a matter that needs to be reviewed by the airlines. It does require an amendment under the FAA regulations, and we're seeking the authorization for the chair to sign the application that accompanies this request.
And I might make one clarification, Brian. Oshkosh itself is in business because I know you'll see our fire trucks are Oshkosh. They came out of the snow business in the middle of us trying to order this equipment. So we now have an MB in place of an Oshkosh. They stopped making snow equipment in the middle of our order. It was back ordered for months and months, and then they stopped making snow equipment and basically sold that portion of the business to MB. So it's really, just like Brian said, a name change there, but unfortunately it has triggered a full amendment and this process to go through. So I just didn't want anyone to be confused that Oshkosh is still very much in business. They're just not doing the snow business.
Did they make overalls?
I was gonna say they make kids
Yes,
overalls.
they do.
Oshkosh, by gosh.
Sorry, Brian, if you want to go on into 14, I just wanted to clarify the Oshkosh piece.
So the new application that's before consideration today is related to notice of intent number 14th. So this would be the 14th PFC application that the county will submit and implement. There are two projects in this proposed application. The first is design services for the replacement air carrier terminal building at the airport. The overall project cost for the design services is just over $15 million. Based upon an eligibility analysis, the PFC and FAA requires us to run, and using the master plan level of detail, it was determined that about 78% of this project is eligible, which translates to approximately $12.35 million. So that is the amount of PFC impose and use authority that's being sought for this project. The second project is the design PFC application services that pays for recondo fees associated with the development of your PFC application and carrying that forward through the approval process through FAA. So together, these two projects represent an estimated $12.395 million of new PFC impose and use authority. Both projects are 100% funded with PFCs. In other words, that share is, so there's no other sources of funding other than the PFCs for these projects. And we're seeking Board of County Commissioners authorization for the sign and file this application, which should be ready to be filed in early September.
And just to add on to that, so the PSC applications, we need an approved application in place to continue our collection authority. So this is in the best interest of collection authority too for PFCs.
Excellent. Any questions for staff regarding the notice of intent or the PFCs?
I have a question.
Please.
So, did we have a notice of intent 13?
Yes.
And that one's
That was
okay.
a good one. I'm gonna, that question will be coming up in the grant section this afternoon too, I think. That, yeah, you noticed a difference with 12 and 13.
And do we do it on an annual basis?
No, as things come up, like this amendment for 12 was, you had approved it, but we have to approve it going forward.
And
so.
14 is because we're planning ahead.
Correct. And that is, again, to protect your PSCs, because if you don't have an application out there and they do take time to get through and approved with notification to the air carriers, approval there, approval here, and approval with the FAA, we are doing this now to be able to protect that authority to keep going.
And the pay-as-you-go basis means when the money comes in, you can send the money out rather than, so it allows you
Yes,
to
collect
have the
and
money in
use.
hand before you hand it over to somebody else. Okay, great, thank you.
Questions for staff? Seeing none, looking for a motion to approve a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County, Colorado, authorizing the chair to sign a PFC, passenger facility charge, application 2514C00 ASE with the Federal Aviation Administration to impose and use funds at the Aspen-Pitkin County Airport. Greg?
Wait, this is for.
7.
Okay, but I'm just saying, I would like to add in there, this is the amendment to the existing notice of intent, number 12, correct? I just want to make sure we,
This one's 14.
I think 14 is the new application, which is item number 7.
but we have to do a reso for 12 and a reso for 14. So we're doing 14 before 12?
I think that's how it came on the agenda.
I have
It
12.
looks like it's incorrect on the agenda. Just a second.
We're doing 14 first, then 12 second.
The second one, oh, okay, so it says 14, it's confusing. So it says amending resolution 14 in the second one, it should say 12. So we just need to make sure that we're reading it correctly.
Okay,
Yes,
that
thank you.
was my confusion.
Yeah.
Sorry if
So
I was confused.
I have a resolution and, sorry, a motion by Greg. I don't have a second. So it's as drafted on number 7.
I'll second that.
Ted, further questions, further comments? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 On number 8, there's a correction which should read a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County, Colorado, amending resolution number 12, 2024, in parts authorize the chair to sign an amendment to passenger facility charge, PFC, application 2312 C01 ASC with the Federal Aviation Administration
that
to
okay?
reflect the
See that
change
error?
in project scope.
I'll move to approve.
How do we
Thank you,
address that?
Francie.
Second.
As amended. Thank you, Greg, as amended. Further discussion, seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Just want to make sure that we were clear on the notice, which referenced 14, but we really meant 12,
Yes,
to make sure
Commissioner
that,
Woodruff corrected the resolution number just a couple moments ago.
okay, all right, great.
Great, thank you.
Brian, thank you. Wonderful to see you.
14 before
Thank you,
12.
Brian.
Catch.
Thank
You
you.
did.
Thank you.
Thanks
Do
for
we
coming.
need 5 minutes, or
you.
can we talk about watershed health?
I don't need a break right now.
Watershed health. United States Forest Service measuring.
Yeah. Great. Who's mining the forest?
Ready?
Welcome back.
Thank you. All right. Well, good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Lisa McDonald with the Healthy Rivers Program, and I'm joined by Will Roush today with Wilderness Workshop and Clay Ramey with the Forest Service. We're in front of you here today to talk about a first reading of a resolution authorizing the Commissioners to enter into a cost-share agreement with the Forest Service for continued funding of a 40-year-long operating program of high mountain lakes and air quality sampling, and an annual macroinvertebrate sampling that tracks aquatic ecosystems across the Roaring Fork watershed. Given year-to-year uncertainty of federal budget allocations, the Forest Service came to the Healthy Rivers Board last year during our budget process, seeking a cooperative initiative between us and the Forest Service. The River Board recommended spending funding $55,000 towards the programs, and included those funds in its 2026 budget line items that the BoCC approved during its annual budget process last winter, well, December-ish. So in order to effectuate the agreement between the county and the Forest Service, the BoCC directed staff at its work session last week to draft a resolution authorizing the board to enter into the agreement with the Forest Service. So I'm going to turn it over to Clay and Will to give a little background history and answer any questions the board might have.
Do you guys have any questions? Or do you know what you're asking questions about yet? Is that the problem?
The real question would be data consistency, data storage, reliability of the data for collecting 25 years of data. Where is that actually stored, given financial instability writ large?
That's a good question. So there's 4 sort of line items of tasks that we're talking about paying for. One is macroinvertebrates.
Mm-hmm.
That data is relatively straightforward because it's local. It comes to me, I sit here, and we can store it on in the cloud of the forest. So that's easy. The other 3, the wilderness lakes, the NADP is this, I have to read it, National Atmospheric Deposition Program, and the IMPROVE, the third one, those are run by National Forest Service offices. And so we collect the data here, and they get processed by these national labs and are stored at the national lab level. So one is sitting in Fort Collins, I think, and the other is somewhere else. I don't know where. But all 3 of those are long-running, decades-long-running programs. I think we can only trust and assume that those data are going into the pile and the pile's being maintained.
And the local data backup that exists today?
The local, not of the Washington,
the first one,
or not of the national level data sets, but the macro stuff is local, yes.
Further questions for Cole? Clay, sorry.
Is that what are we getting an answer to what you wanted to hear? I think there was a concern that to fund this is worthwhile. We've seen the data goes back a long time. We want to preserve all that. Is it truly being preserved? Is there a risk, like we read in other places, where there's a chance this could be purged and then lost? And then is there something we could do about that? Is that even an option? I think that's a concern.
Yeah.
Thank you for reaffirming.
I wish I could give you a satisfactory answer to that.
So once the data is collected, it's out of our control. It's stored somewhere, potentially accessible for now. That's the concern. So we can't get, there is no more clarification on that?
No.
Okay.
Question.
Maybe we could at second reading get more information.
Sorry, just to, maybe I'll re-articulate. So with the rescission of the endangerment finding, what's the business continuity plan? What's the disaster recovery? How do we ensure the data that we're paying for survives in perpetuity, given sulfur and other emissions may not be tracked in the future? And so this really the question comes out of the rescission of the endangerment finding.
It's a valid question. Okay. I wish I had a better answer for you.
So, Greg.
So my question would be, is this publicly available, and could we download it to our own server? Or could someone? Could one of the local entities, Healthy Rivers or Roaring Fork Conservancy or Wilderness Workshop or somebody become an archivist? Is that possible?
I don't know. But I think we're back reading again in a couple weeks, and I can try to have a better answer. I don't know. Because it's a national data set, it's probably big.
Public.
For example. I should think it's all public, but I don't know the ease to which the public can get it.
I believe Cole did say last week that it was all publicly available.
Okay, so maybe we can build a backup.
So Will and then Francie.
I'm not an expert on these things either, but just 2 comments from working as part of these partnerships for many years. One, those federal databases some of them are mandated by previous laws to, those related to the endangerment finding. So I appreciate the concern, certainly. Hopefully there's a little bit less risk. You know, they're tracking all sorts of different particulates, and not just those related to greenhouse gas emissions. And then I'm aware that lots of universities have used this data, so they're certainly publicly available. I think it's a good idea to see if we can find out how easy it is to download it, because I know there's groups across the country that share these concerns and have been doing that. Maybe they're already doing it, and we could kind of rest assured that there's like a third-party nonprofit, but we'd have to look into that more.
Francie and then Patty. Thank you, Will.
Francie, he called on you first.
Yeah, thank you. So far we've talked about data collection. Who's interpreting this data and what are they doing with that?
These three national level data sets are analyzed in the offices that are at these higher level offices. So we yearly get a little update about what was collected, but I don't analyze any of these data. They feed into these larger data sets.
And the local data?
The bug data I analyze locally for NEPA purposes, for monitoring of a particular stream or streams in general. So that's local.
And is there anything that you found that we should know about? Anything of interest that you'd like to share with us?
There's 5 large watersheds on the forest. The samples from the Roaring Fork tie the Blue River watershed for worst. So our bugs.
Well, you mean the population of macroinvertebrates? What do you mean by worst?
The communities. They compare poorly to other watersheds on the forest.
In terms of?
In terms of, well, how's it go? There's lots of community metrics. The bugs that we find seem to indicate that the communities are stressed due to temperature, fines, metals, a variety of things. So I would love to be able to tell you why that is and what we would do to change that. But I've noticed that to be the case and think that's interesting. And it would be helpful to have data to try to continue to assess that.
And the other watersheds? The Crystal?
This is bigger than that. So Roaring Fork, White River, Blue River, and the other I'm drawing a blank on.
So you don't do individual rivers within the larger river system?
That was just one example, was this big gross watershed scale. So yeah, we can look by, we can slice it up in a variety of ways. So we can look at a particular site in a particular stream and watch it over time. Or we can lump sites, different sites on the same stream to get an idea of what that stream looks like sort of in total, or what Castle Creek looks like relative to Maroon Creek, or we can do a number of things with it.
And then is action taken? I mean, it seems like we're collecting data and finding stuff out, but the public doesn't really hear about it. And so what is our money going for? Is it going to fix these situations in the Roaring Fork? Or is it just data for data's sake? You understand where I'm going?
Yeah, I do. It's a good question. And collecting lots of data, including these bug data, it's kind of density dependent. So the bigger it gets, the more valuable it gets. Where in other things, you get this point of diminishing returns, right? Like you've already measured it 20 times, measuring 21 isn't particularly useful. This works the other way around, where as measurements accumulate, we can ask more and more questions because we have more sort of grist for the mill available. On the forest, just for our forest purposes, we have to do NEPA analyses for timber sales or grazing allotments or all the things that happen on the forest. And so our sort of default often is that we don't know anything about some particular stream. So when we have these bug data, it becomes one tiny lens that we can evaluate, well, is it in good shape or poor shape, or is it better than it used to be or worse than it used to be? Sometimes those analyses can result in design features that get applied in the NEPA exercise to the execution of some particular project, that we know the sediment is too high, so we would like this project to incorporate these features to reduce sediment, and we can watch it over time.
Or this area should have fewer cows or can handle more cows or something like that.
Any and all of the sort of land management questions that we get on the forest.
Okay.
It doesn't necessarily drive every decision we make, but it's a tiny sliver of information in what is usually a information poor decision-making environment.
And then I have one more question. Why are you doing the bugs instead of CPW?
Well, we do them on the forest because in 2003, the forest decided to use macroinvertebrates as a habitat
As a
quality
bellwether sort of-
metric. Yeah.
Okay.
And so we do them.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Patty?
Yeah, I'm going to make it easier question because I'm going to direct you to Will, so you're off the hook. So is it possible we might be able to use CSU as the bank for holding this data since they're already involved in the system at some level, right? CSU is one of the partners in this outside of the.
Surprised me in the least, but I don't know that to be true.
Well, I thought you said they were doing part of it, and the other two were at a federal or a higher level somewhere else.
I think we talked about these 4 things. We're talking about the bugs we do locally. The other 3 are National Forest Service data sets. I suspect those data are referenced by a great number
I'm
of
just
places
trying to find
within
us a
CSU.
bank that's already involved in the system that we could use rather than having to come back to Healthy Rivers and Streams where we don't really have the capacity to be managing that. Maybe that's an opportunity for us to contact people at CSU and say, is it possible for you to be like the reservoir to hold this information at a Colorado level?
I think
don't know.
the short answer is we don't know in terms of that kind of data security, but we can try and find out.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find us a good opportunity or an option so it gets kind of out of us trying to create something new within our own systems.
Yeah,
Okay.
That would be ideal.
I've got Greg and then Francie.
I've been hearing about the Environmental Data and Governance Initiative, which is a protection archive that does specifically exactly what we're talking about. There are other ones as well. There's the Data Rescue Project. And so I've just emailed you all. Don't have your email, so I emailed those 2.
That'll
And
work.
this one. Thanks.
Francie?
Why is Healthy Rivers and Streams paying for this? It doesn't seem like it's directly affecting anything that we do as a county. And so why isn't the Forest Service paying for it, or the Department of Agriculture, or Trump? You know, why are we paying for it?
That's a very good question.
I think they have an answer.
Yeah, so the history on this is that for a long time, the Forest Service has been paying for all 4 of these programs. There was a lot of federal funding lost in the past couple of years, and I think Kevin Warner came and presented on this about a year or so ago, and there was a good article in the newspaper about this being one of the places where funding was lost. And like the county has done in a number of different places, and Healthy Rivers Board did here, you all stepped in and said, we think these programs are important. We don't agree with the idea of, taking up the baggage from the feds, but we want to do it to keep these things alive because we think they're important. And so that backstop allowed this work to continue, even though there wasn't any guarantee of federal funding. In the meantime, the feds were able to come up with some money, and that's what the agreement in front of you is enabling, is that money to be transferred to the county. Whether that money will always be there, of course, is unknown. So ideally, the Forest Service continues to pay for it, but kind of given this environment, I think the Healthy Rivers Board did a really great thing by saying we'll serve as a backstop. We can provide some funding for part of the time if there's not any there. But for years, the feds have paid for this.
So we're not paying for this?
You're right now, you'd be paying for part of it.
Yeah.
We're paying $45,000.
Yeah, well, no offense to the Forest Service, because I love the Forest Service and the people who work for it. We're picking up a lot for the Forest Service, and we do have pretty significant needs for our citizens in Pitkin County. I'm not sure that a bug study is in the best interest of the people who aren't getting Medicaid. And I'm not going to vote against but I just feel like we're picking up a lot for the Forest Service. And if we continue to do that, I'm concerned that the Department of Agriculture or somebody's going to say, see, we don't need to be covering any of this. They can do it all locally, and we can't. So this is a small amount. It's not going to kill our budget or anything, and I respect Healthy Rivers Board for making wise choices about how the money is spent, but I am concerned about Pitkin County picking up where the feds have failed over and over again. It's a concern.
Commissioner Poshman.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate your comments, Francie. The way I see it is this is exactly what Healthy Rivers and Streams, it falls completely into their purview. This is something the feds did, and they've abdicated from near as I can tell, yet the necessity remains. And my feeling that our job, first and foremost, is to take care of our watershed and the resources in it. And this is an important thing to understand. Water quality begins in the high lakes, and so I don't think there's anything more important, regardless of who's responsible. Somebody has to do it, and I agree that I'd like to see the feds step back in someday and do a good job supporting their crews who are trying to take care of our public lands. But in the meantime, I feel an obligation to make sure the work gets done.
I agree with that.
And just to clarify, what you all are approving today is simply the vehicle for the process for money to flow from the feds to the county, and so just and vice versa. But so today this enables the feds paying for a portion of it, which is
Please, Patty.
Yeah, it's already been technically budgeted. It's not like they're just asking for just the use of the money that's already been budgeted. And it's money that comes from Healthy Rivers and Streams, so it couldn't go to any other cause that we might, people who are losing their Medicaid.
That's true.
Yeah, it's coming from a specific fund. I want the public to know that. We're not taking it out of the general fund. We're taking it out of a fund thank you, Greg, for those purposes. And I am totally supportive of it. And I also agree with Francie that, yeah, I think that we have timeframes of our allocation of our local dollars to help with deficits in federal funding. And we usually tie it to, we'll only do this for X amount of years. It's not something we're planning to do in perpetuity. It's just until the federal government gets their minds back in the right mindset and we can move forward.
Commissioner Mann.
Is that saying it nicely enough?
Yeah, I was saying it very nicely. I would kind of second that. I think you see the questions we have, concerns that maybe some can be clarified in a couple weeks for second reading. I definitely support continuing this. I think we have larger conversations to be had on how much we want to backstop federal cuts. In this case, I think we need to keep the data set coming and preserve it. And so not an ideal situation to be asked to constantly come in and plug the holes, but in this case, in a lot of cases, that's what we need to do.
Yeah.
It sounds like we're ready for a resolution, but I will add, so it sounds like in 2 weeks, we would like more on this, for lack of a better word, sort of repository. And it sounds like, Clay, at some point, we'd like you back sort of answer Francie's question if it suits the Forest Service, meaning, why is our population not healthy? Like, what's the differences between the watersheds? I think would be a fascinating work session, and we welcome that future conversation.
Well, I'll do my best.
Yeah, no, we look forward to that.
I'll
Patty.
make a motion to approve.
Well, let me clarify. The public hearing and second reading is not in 2 weeks. It's on September the 9th.
Oh, sorry.
So everybody knows that. So, yeah, if you're going to do a motion, I will second it.
I'm sorry, I didn't see September 9th,
It says on the back, set for public hearing on September the 9th.
not August 26th.
Yes. Yeah, because of staffing availability with the Forest Service.
Thank you. It's properly noticed on the reso, not on the agenda.
Greg did a motion, I did a second.
further
Thank you.
discussion?
Thanks, good to see you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for
Are we
coming.
good with the motion?
Yes, the motion is clean. The agenda is
Yesterday's.
yesterday's, but what matters is the date you continue it to today.
September 9th?
Which I
September
clarified.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thanks for
Thank you.
coming. Good
Clay,
to see
thank
you.
you.
Thank
Will.
you.
We want you to bring the
Thanks,
bugs
Clay.
back with you because we want to check.
Sorry to
Actually
grill
bring
you.
The bugs. Okay, thank you.
Thank you,
I
thanks,
was
Clay.
seeing some weird bugs in Virginia.
Board's looking to
We
keep
could
going.
use a short break.
I got one short break from Greg.
Sure.
Yeah, because we're gonna need more chairs.
They need to get set up.
Andor, we're doing a 7-minute break. We'll see. Good afternoon. It is August 12th, 1:45 p.m. We are on item number 10, and this is the regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. We have in front of us an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners authorizing the sale of Snowmass Falls in holding to the United States Forest Service and vacation of any county road within the in-holding. And I'm going to turn it over to Gary and Dale and Sarah and Jennifer and Katie and Brian. How's that for a quick introduction?
That was an amazing
and Michael.
introduction. So yes, thanks Jeffrey. I'm Gary Tenenbaum, Director of Picken County Open Space and Trails, and I am very excited to be sitting here with everybody that you just named. I'll let them introduce when they speak, but we're here today to talk about the transfer of Snowmass Falls to the Forest Service for $34 million. And to get to this point has been a monumental achievement in the Land and Water Conservation Fund, in partnerships, and to say that it's like kind of a legacy project that everybody here has played a part in, people behind me have played a part in, it's pretty impressive. To get this through Congress, to get $34 million allocated to the Land and Conservation Fund has been an amazing show of support, and it's not just Picken County. Sitting next to me is Sarah Chase Shaw, and she, with the Wilderness Land Trust, has been working tirelessly to get this appropriated. And we've also have Will Roush, who's behind us with Wilderness Workshop, who's also worked really hard with the congressional delegation to get this appropriated. So, we have incredible partners with the Forest Service, and with the transfer of this property, almost 90% of it turns wilderness upon day one. It is an unusual piece, and it's one of the reasons why it made it through Congress the way it did, is because it took 650 acres, one of the largest inholdings in the Maroon Bell Snowmass Wilderness area, that was really managed incredibly well by the family before for the last 80 to 100 years, and took a wilderness style property and no worries. I just didn't know she was going to take my microphone away. And so anyway, so you have an incredibly well-maintained piece of property. When they created the wilderness area back in the 60s and increased the size in the 80s, this property was actually mapped within it. Almost 85% of this property was mapped within it. And because of that, we can turn it into wilderness upon transfer. And it's an unusual, usually you have to get a congressional delegation and a congressional separate act from Congress to make that happen. But in this case, we can do that. And so, there's a lot of details on it, and I'll let Dale kind of explain that. But, the partnership to get to this point has been great. Your support, the work that you guys have done with the congressional delegation has been great. And so I'm just here very excited to be the big mouth of this whole thing. And the one last piece of the puzzle that I want to make sure that I thank is we got a $10 million grant from GoCo. And when we did that and when we worked, what? Loan, sorry. Yes, Dale, sorry. We got a $10 million loan from GoCo, and it was their largest loan, and it was an incredible kind of coup. Dale kind of worked with GoCo and figured out a way to make this happen, because we spent every single dollar in the Open Space and Trails Fund in the year we bought this in 2024. And so we were not broke. Liz behind me and Ann would say we're going to get the tax revenue back over time. But the reality is how do you make another purchase when we don't have any funds available? GoCo giving us that loan enabled us the opportunity to buy Three Meadows Ranch the next year, which was another legacy project. So GoCo deserves a lot of credit. They gave us a 3-year interest-free loan, which is a huge grant, getting back to grant, because the interest alone on $10 million could be over $1 million. And so they gave us a huge grant to do that. We have to repay that back in next year. But if we move forward today and set the second reading for the 26th, we are hoping to close by the end of this year. And so that will recoup the $34 million we initially invested, and we could put it into other projects. Now, I'll turn it over to Dale to kind of give the details, because there's pieces of this puzzle that we have to make happen before November.
Great. Well, thank you, Gary. And I have now been doing these kinds of things for you all for 28 years. And like Gary, I have to say this, I've never been more excited to be sitting in front of you to present something. I'm actually a little bit nervous, which is not characteristic of me, but this is just such a momentous thing that we're talking about doing. As Gary mentioned, there are some conditions of the offer we've received from the United States Forest Service, and they're detailed in the memo, but just to make sure that everyone knows, there's essentially four. Number one, that we complete the trailhead that we're working on to revise the access portal into that side of the Snowmass Wilderness. Katie can probably say more about that in a minute, but that's been a joint project, and we're well underway with it. The second thing is the removal of the inhabitable structures, which is sort of a term of art I've learned at the forest for structures that might otherwise be able to be inhabited by humans, and as described in the memo, there's simply not the capacity to take those on and keep them in the system. They come with their own needs, and consequently the Forest Service wants them gone before the date of transfer. The third is that the county's keeping the water rights, which we look at as sort of an enhancement of the deal in a sense, in so much as for the near term, we can use that water on the property to work with the transition from the agricultural use to rewilding the property. And in the long term, the county will have an asset that can be utilized for other environmental purposes, and perhaps a stream flow protection in Snowmass Creek, which is a creek that suffers from low flows. The fourth thing is the vacation of the road right-of-way in the property, and that road inside the property was something the county, frankly, had sort of lost track of. But when Ryan and I were looking at the survey when we were working on the transaction at the front end, we spotted it there and thought, oh, that's interesting. Kate Lindvig conveyed to the county a road right away from the boundary of the property up to the bridge on the property, and the forest doesn't need to have that remain once it goes into their ownership. So the ordinance in front of you authorizes the vacation of the road. As you might have noted, the language on some of the magic wording on how counties can vacate roads was not something that I knew. Rye added that in an update to the draft of the ordinance that was submitted a couple of days ago, so it's a little bit different than what was in the packet that went out Friday, but essentially means the same thing. So that's probably enough for me. I want to echo what Gary said, thanking the Wilderness Land Trust and the Forest Service. I also want to give some kudos to Rye Neely for doing an awful lot of work in a very short time frame when we were working on the purchase from the Perry family, and helping make sure that all of this works out with the loan agreement with GOCO and all of that. So I'm going to turn it over to Sarah, and I certainly thank the Wilderness Land Trust for enabling the rest of us to be here with something to talk about.
Because we don't have enough to talk about, right? Yeah, I'm Sarah Shaw. I'm the current board chair of the Wilderness Land Trust. And on behalf of the board and the staff, I just want to thank everyone for making this happen. This is a big deal, and the Wilderness Land Trust started here in Aspen in 1992. Jan Mulford started this organization for this very you know, for this very reason why we're sitting here today. And Snowmass Falls Ranch was one of the first properties that he identified as a perfect one to transfer if the opportunity ever arose. And here we are. So that's very exciting. And I know all of you have really supported this. So, you know, I think this is an opportunity that's really only possible because of the caring stewardship of the property by the previous owners over the last 80 years. And I really want to make a call out to the Perry family. The trust applauds Pitkin County and the Open Space and Trails Gang, you know, for proactively seeking to protect this special place for the community to access the Snowmass Maroon Bells Wilderness and to enjoy all the recreational opportunities that our public wants to have in those beautiful places. Finding a permanent conservation solution for this property as part of the wilderness ensures its legacy, and we're just, you know, we're thrilled. So thank you all very much.
And thank you.
Yes, and so our other partner, the Forest Service, I don't know who wants to start, but
Sure, I can jump in real quick here. I'm Brian Glassball, I'm the Forest Soup, and I have like this huge privilege to sort of inherit this project. So many people did a lot of work, and then I got to step in and be here for this final moment. It's really extraordinary, and I'll just echo the thanks from everybody else. I do want to speak to one thing really quickly, which is I understand there are some concerns out there about our capacity to manage the property going forward, and I just want to say unequivocally that we are 100% committed to doing a really good job here. When we ask for your help, and we have a lot lately, in my opinion, that's a feature and not a flaw. Our public lands rely on volunteerism and partnership, and that's on purpose, because we're not running a business. We are running a stewardship organization, and this is how it's supposed to work. I often find myself sort of pushing back on these business metaphors. We're not here to turn a profit. We don't have customers. We have co-owners. That's all of you, and we're in this together. Very much appreciate your help on this and other things, and our current, funding and staffing challenges notwithstanding, we're in this for the long haul, and we're going to do a good job.
Thank you.
Yeah, hi everybody. Jennifer Schuler, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Jennifer Schuler, acting as district ranger. First of all, just want to echo the thanks that Brian just presented. We can't do what we do without the support of the county, and you've helped in so many ways. We are very excited to sit here with you today to talk about the acquisition of this parcel. It would bring 650 acres into Forest Service ownership, and automatically we know that 530 acres of that would become wilderness immediately. So it's a win for the Forest Service, a win for the community, and a win for wilderness. Not since the 1980s Colorado National Forest System Wilderness Act has a single action added as many contiguous acres representing a single ownership to the Maroon Bells Snowmass Wilderness area. So this is an exciting moment for us all. And I know that Gary and Dale have alluded to the legacy nature of the thoughts around this project. And we're at this really important moment of being able to move forward together as a team. Acquisition of this parcel by the Forest Service will secure access to the Maroon Bells Snowmass Wilderness area through this this portal. And as Brian mentioned, we are prepared to manage this space. And I know Katie Nelson, who's here with us today, has done a lot of work in this regard and can provide some additional details on that.
Thanks. Is this the appropriate microphone?
Sorry.
Well, I guess I would just highlight, underscore, and put in bold print what everyone has already shared. And for me, it's a great honor and truly a career highlight, having been a public servant since the year 2000. So I just want to echo the thanks, and it really is an incredible honor to get to do this on behalf of the public that I serve. What I'll share, and I can add more detail if it's been of benefit, but as this team shared, I've been working with Pitkin County to develop a management transition plan so that, as I think Brian very eloquently stated, that we can steward this the way it deserves in perpetuity. And that partnership with the county for the next 5 years, I think we have a very detailed plan that I have full confidence that we can manage that place into the future in a way that's of benefit to the public and the resource itself. So I did bring detail, but that's up to you all if you want it. But I just want to underscore that we are a land management agency. We can do that well, and specifically the partnership and community that we have in this valley allows us to do that in a cooperative manner. So thanks.
You have like 7 pages.
I have a lot of pages. I won't read them all, but I can, yeah. But if it's helpful, because I've heard those concerns and I understand them, and I'm confident that we have a good picture of the needs out there, including that transition, which I think is the most important piece of this moving forward. So thanks.
We love the executive summary of the 7 pages, because I know your colleagues shared that you've been doing trail work this summer. So.
Yes, that is one of the things I've been working on, but I'll just share. So I think it's just, I'll speak to some of the management topics we're looking at, because I think that'll kind of put a picture of the level of detail we're thinking about needs out there. And just to preface all that, this is really in collaboration with Pitkin County. I think they're and their team ideally will be taking on some of this, and same with the Forest Service. And I've talked with Jennifer and Brian about our continued commitment to that. In no way, shape, or form are we thinking that Pitkin County will do this for the next 5 years. We'll be doing it together. So a couple of things that we're looking at there, the history of that place and what it's been used for is incredible. And I'll just echo what was shared around the stewardship. I don't know that I've seen something like that before. And yet it will look a little bit different. And so we've looked at zones and pastures and thought about the rewilding of those areas that previously were grazed, and how we can bring those back into a more wild state, both the species and also the noxious weed component. So we've looked at 6 distinct areas and some specific management around those, but also looking at the property as a whole and thinking about the rewilding there. For the trailhead and parking lot that was mentioned, some of the landscape preservation pieces we'll be working with the county on, in addition to what we've described that we need for success, which is the roadside parking. So we're looking at signage, enforcement, and tools to be successful there. Additionally, trail connections, informational kiosks, toilet cleaning, pumping, and maintenance. I think that'll actually be really big for the site itself in the backcountry, and it will need maintenance. And so we have some good conversations and plans for how we can maintain that toilet for the public. Let me see if there's anything else. Other features on the site, as Dale and others mentioned, there's irrigation infrastructure out there, and so we're looking at how that might be used in transition and then towards a future rewilding effort, for lack of better words. The other one I'll mention, the county is already in progress of some mine closures, and that's a significant piece for management of that property. So I'll stop there. That may have been longer than an executive summary, but I hope to impress upon you that there's a crew of people that have put a lot of thought into long-term success, and those are some of the highlights of the things that we're looking at. So thanks.
Thank you. Board questions, Mr. Postman.
Thank you. Thank you all for coming, and I do appreciate the detail. But I have to say, that's not what concerns me. When this property first came to our attention, we understood that the Perry family, a large family, had it for sale. They were entertaining offers, and that was complicated enough. And our fear was, if this were to sell to a private buyer, there could be a new development at the base of Campground Chairlift, a new ski area base, for instance. Our imaginations can run away with what could have happened there. So it was very important for us to preserve this piece of property and get it back into the wilderness. So now it looks like we're there. We're on the verge. When the first newspaper article came out, several people commented to me that they weren't sure they could trust the administration to keep, to maintain this plan we have. And I don't want to speak too much about it, but if you could, we do have the FLIPMA, and we've got the Wilderness Act of '64 that protect, wildlands from actions of, say, an administration. It has to be a congressional act. But, people are concerned. Most of the comments I had about this were from people who were saying, hey, are you sure you can do this? Are you sure that this will become wilderness? So I'm looking at our attorney, and I'm looking at Dale, and I'm looking at Gary to say, how confident are you all that this is the right move? Thank you.
I've gotten a couple of those too, more in the terms of, the worry of what has happened. And the reality is when you look through the Wilderness Act and you look through what has been happening around the area and other places, these are not the properties that they're looking at to transfer. Touching wilderness is a huge, as you mentioned, is a huge deal. It's a congressional piece. You got to go through all of that, and it's not exactly the property that they're looking for. And so, we feel really confident. Plus, the county overall has its own land use code. So the county has, through their land use code, does not magically give development rights to land that's transferred. So I think between what the county has done in other places.
Keep going. We always have things like this happen.
Well, I mean, the Open Space Board just says the same thing, and I've read through between FLIPMA and all the other things. It is so difficult to transfer land, and land that was congressionally authorized to be sold under the Land and Water Conservation Fund is even more difficult, and then wilderness area is even more difficult. So I am very confident this land will be protected, because you also have the commissioners, who fight for this stuff. And I am pretty confident that, you've staved off everything else today, and there's nothing even close to doing that. So I personally am not worried about it, because I personally believe putting it into wilderness, because if you look at it the other way, is if it stays under Pickens County, you always do worry that what do the future commissions want to do with these lands? And right now, I don't feel really worried about that, but you could always put that back. It's like a future commission could choose to sell it, and who knows what the public would think about it. So I'm pretty confident that, and we're working to give you, we're working with Wilderness Workshop and some of the congressional delegation to look at anything that's outside of the 530 acres that's going to be wilderness upon transfer. Anything that's classified as recommended wilderness will be managed as wilderness, and we will work with those congressional delegations when they put the next Wilderness Act in to add that. So even more of it gets connected, and only the places that are truly not wilderness, like the existing road and bridge and cabin area, would be outside of that. So hopefully within the next few years, 98% of this property will be wilderness.
Thank you. Appreciate that, and I hope that helps public concern.
Francie.
Thank you. Well, thank you all for coming in and talking to us. Katie, thanks for those details. It really helped a lot, actually. So I have mixed feelings about this, as most of you know, because it's very hard to see a family legacy, ranching legacy, be retired. And when we first looked at this, I mentioned that Bob Perry would be really glad that we made this step, and Marge was furious that I'd said that, because she felt that Bob would not have liked to have seen the property go into public government ownership. And she's right about that. Bob would not have liked that. What he would have liked was to have it stay in the family. He wouldn't have wanted it to be developed into mansions or several houses or whatever. But it clearly wasn't going to stay in the family, and so I think this is the best outcome given that, and I really appreciate the efforts of Open Space and Trails to make it happen, and all the organizations that work with that. I'm thrilled that we're going to have more wilderness. A little concerned about the transition time, and also about public access to a piece of property that has always had public access through it, but pretty limited to where the people could go. So there is some concern about overuse of this by backcountry visitors, and that's of concern to me, and I know it's of concern to some of the Perrys as well. They have done an incredible job of stewardship, and this has been a piece of property that was like protected from the modern age and the influx of backcountry visitors that we've experienced in the last 5 years, except for the trail that goes up. So I am mostly really happy about this, just sad to lose the ranching history and all of that. But thank you to everybody who's made this possible. It is really exciting. And, you know, I look forward to hiking that trail again someday. And I'm very sad about losing the cabins. I wish we didn't have to go that route. But we do, so here we go.
Thank you for all the work you put in. I obviously came into this with a lot of years of work already done, so I'm just kind of picking up at the end. And to see all the partners who kind of work together for all this, to see the list of letters of support from, frankly, an unbelievable amount of significant opinions out there, I think I'm more than mostly happy about it. I'm extremely happy about this. Maybe there are some things you can point to that aren't exactly perfect, but considering what some options might have been for this, considering where we are now, I think it's pretty amazing. And so I'm thrilled to see it continue to move forward. I was concerned a little bit with Greg's questions too about our end of the deal for open space, that is. Like, we're signing off on this potentially today, and we still have some stipulations to meet in terms of the trailhead redesign. We're all on schedule for that.
Yeah,
Nothing there is going to speed bumps in the road, I guess. That's what I'm looking to clarify.
What you're signing off today and then at second reading is really authorizing the sale.
Yeah.
And we have to meet those conditions
Still
before
have to
the
meet
sale. We are on track with the trailhead. We have a contractor. We are fully on track to get that finished.
Mm-hmm.
The cabins, we're working with some of the members of the Perry family who want some of those cabins. So they are potentially going to help us remove some of those. And so we're on track with all of this stuff. The reality is in a normal, like, the Land and Water Conservation Fund has been congressionally approved, and the president signed it. So the money's there. It's just that we should collect it as soon as possible. So that's why we're moving to collect it by the time snow flies, so we can finish all that work, get all the documentation done, and collected. And also, you know, to be honest, GoCo, yes, we have till July of next year, but if they get their $10 million back, they can do other conservation deals with those $10 million. And so they can help other communities help. Or there's other potential things in our community that this money could potentially be loaned to help. So there's all those pieces of the puzzle. It's like, since we're here and we have all this support, let's get it done. But
Yeah,
I'm
I fully
confident
agree.
we'll get it done.
Thank you.
I have one really quick comment. I think it's interesting that the Forest Service is taking over this road, given that they have 390,000 miles of road that they manage already, 8 times the size of our interstate highway system. I was so shocked to hear that recently on some kind of news thing or something, and it's amazing. But it sounds like the intention is to pretty much retire this road eventually, since it was for access to the cabins and the ranch. Is that correct?
Katie, I don't know if you have additional details around this.
I did read, though, that it's used by for rescues and stuff.
Yes.
So, yeah.
But the beauty is this road is pretty still a ranchy road.
Yeah.
It's not like one of those heavy duty roads. So yeah.
Well, what I can speak to, I mean, a lot of this is me making recommendations based on the attributes of the landscape, our law, regulation, policy around wilderness, and also our management guidance. And so my recommendation in my seat has been, you know, that road may not be necessary to meet our future management goals. And I think still to be determined if there are any remaining needs that serve both our management direction and resources. So that's been my recommendation, that that road may not be necessary in the way it's been used, and we need to think about how we need to use it to meet our management goals. So I hope that
Great.
helps.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Will.
Just one quick observation about Francie's comment about the agriculture and the history on the property, and I share that love of our agriculture in the valley. I just wanted to make a note that the open space program has invested heavily in protecting ongoing agriculture forever in the Roaring Fork watershed. And I don't need to cite a bunch of examples, but our ag leasing program and all the properties that we have made available to agrarians in the valley, as well as conservation easements on lots of base ranches. There have been just a few properties that are so sensitive and extraordinary that we have seen rewilding done in the past, and those places are now cherished nature preserves. Among them would be North Star, that once upon a time we had Jimmy Smith up there straightening the river out so that he could ranch up there, and now we have a nature preserve. The similar story at Faloha Meadows. The Grange family were up there plowing and planting potatoes and all the things, which was great for the era that it happened, but it was another property that relatively higher elevation that wanted to be made wild again. So I think there's room for both things to happen, and this property I think is a candidate for that rewilding as kind of its where it really wants to go.
Yeah, I recognize that. I also wanted to thank you, Brian, for your comments about the partnership, and I know you were in part reacting to my comments earlier with the other issue. But we are 84% public lands, and so that is just a lot to keep in mind all the time. And it's certainly, my comments are certainly not about current Forest Service employees in any way, shape, or form, who I admire tremendously. It's about our administration. So just wanted to make sure you realize no criticism of the White River National Forest at all.
Commissioner Clapper.
So, believe it or not, I'm not sure what to say because I don't have a list of bullet points provided to me by Gary and Dale every time I went back to talk to Congress, to talk to our congressional delegation about this amazing project. I did have the honor of going back and speaking with our two senators and with our congressmen about it, not just in person, but also with their staff, just because of timing on my part being in D.C. for other issues. I always made sure to knock on their doors. And I know they're going to be ecstatic to hear. Every time I go back now, and Francie can attest to this, they're like, what's happening? We're back there to talk about the airport. What's first thing that comes out of their mouths when we walk into their offices? They've wanted to know what's going on with Snowmass Falls. So this is a great day for all of us, moving it forward. I, like Francie, would love to see the cabins, but understand the role of the forest. And it kind of, balances it out that the families has the opportunity, if they so choose, to parcel in peace and however they can help us take those cabins off the property. I think the water rights are huge for us, and hopefully we'll be able to keep more water in our rivers and streams because of this purchase and because of our keeping ownership of the water rights. There's just so many things to say about the parcel, from its habitat to its view plane to its water resources, and to, thank you, Gary, to the old wagon that sits there with the tree in the middle of it, which I think is pretty awesome. But it's an amazing parcel, and I want to thank everybody who's been involved. And Dale, you have been really leading the way from the get-go, backed up by Gary and the Open Space and Trails Board and all of the staff. So it's amazing, and I can't wait until the 26th of August when we finalize this and move it forward. And I can't wait to let our congressional delegation know that we got her done with the help from a lot of people in our community and from outside of our community. So again, let's get it done sooner the better. And And I know in the long run, we're going to be doing what's right for the property and therefore in turn doing rights for our public. So thank you.
I will thank the board and Open Space and Trails and U.S. Forest Service and our congressional delegation. So Senator Bennett, Senator Hickenlooper, and Congressman Hurd. We were sitting probably a year ago talking about how LWCF was suddenly going to be swept into the funding of deferred maintenance. And so it's really joyous to sit around the table with all of you today and talk about an acquisition and not talk about maintenance, because the picture a year ago was not the table that we're sitting at today. So thank you. There were 4 items. Any questions regarding either trailheads, inhabitable structures, water rights, or road right-of-way from the board? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion.
I would love to make a motion to have an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County authorizing the sale of Snowmass Falls in-holding to United States Forest Service and vacation of any county road within the in-holding. And I want to clarify, under recommended BoCC actions in the agenda item summary, it says open the public hearing and approve. That public hearing will actually occur on August the 26th.
Thanks. Thank you. Further conversation, further discussion. Katie, I'd love to hear from the White River, so thank you.
Well, I just want to, I would be remiss.
Michael, sorry.
I just turned around and looked at him because I think he's, in my opinion, been a quiet hero, and the work he's doing, we wouldn't be sitting here without it. And I would say it's probably some of the most tedious hard work that I've observed in the agency. And so I just want to make sure that Michael gets honored for his work.
Thank you, sir.
You could take the board's chair.
You take mine.
Yeah, you can have it.
Just grab the mic, though. Sorry.
Thank you. I'm Michael Broadus. I'm realty specialist for the Sonoma or Aspen Sopus Ranger District. So it's a great opportunity. Thanks for being here. Thanks for your support and kind of following this through. I think Gary and Dale and Open Space have shown a lot of heart, and I really have to say they've put tremendous amount of effort and energy into this, and I don't think we could do this without this opportunity. So this is pretty amazing, and has been echoed. It's a career-defining moment. So thank you.
Thank you, all of you.
It's kind of hard to top that. All those in any further discussion? Any final words, Gary,
Nope.
or Open Space, Dale, Sarah? Thank you to the whole team. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well done, congratulations.
Thanks, guys. And we have another project, by the way, we're gonna, I'm kidding.
What's next? What's next?
Sarah, the look on your face was she was like, what other project, Sarah?
Well, they're
That's pretty cool.
I know it's only first reading. Think about how emotional it'll be. We need a little pizza party, beer. Never too
Mr.
early to
O'Brien.
plan. Never too early. No, I mean, considering how complicated that is with so many moving parts, I think.
I don't know, I like to
It's really
celebrate
cool.
neighborhoods.
Seems kind of ordinary for the time I've been here that all this stuff just keeps rolling
right, Ted, now
forward.
top
But I guess
that
it's a
one.
big one.
You gotta top that last one.
I mean, when they say
Not gonna be able to
emotional,
top
they
that
don't
one.
wanna drag it out, but that's
Isn't that
specific
cool,
to
though?
Maroon Bell
I mean,
Snowmass.
geez.
It's like the biggest addition to that.
That's
Pretty
huge.
sweet.
So even as a percentage. it's
Yeah,
big.
so I'm here to get this first reading going on this easement relocation. So we have a project on Faloha Administrative Unit where we're fixing up 2 existing houses. They're pretty old, so we're having to revamp the site as well, and part of that's building some retaining walls to ensure that these new structures aren't damaged in the event of like a big rain surge or what have you. But where one of the walls is going is where the current electric power pole is. So just like most of our projects, one of the initial steps, Holy Cross wants to come in and kind of reconfigure the power line to better suit the needs of the property. It's pretty normal with all of these renovation and construction projects for this to occur. It gives them a chance to kind of update their power line. This is pretty much something they would have likely wanted to do anyways, except this time we need to move it. It's not going where it has been. So that is the request for the easement change. And yeah.
Questions for Ted?
Who bears the cost, the 27,000?
We would. Yeah, the county. Yes, sir. Open Space Trails Fund.
So is it, so 2 follow-up questions unless I see.
I'm good.
Is there an opportunity to bury the line rather than overhead, given you're moving it?
That's typically what they prefer. So, but the overhead is the feed to the property. It's going to remain overhead. The secondary line, the service line from the transformer to the meter will be underground.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
it doesn't impede with any use of the property.
Sort of goes back to Greg's question. If it was potentially a high wildfire mapped area, could we then have Holy Cross pick it up and do this as a wildfire mitigation and bury the line? And so visually more interesting.
I haven't breached that with them, but I can.
It's not a must. It just begs the question.
Okay. Yeah.
Just wondering how they charge the fireflies. Is this the power source?
No, those suckers are fully charged all the time without electricity. They're feeding off that nice warm riparian area there at Faloha.
Cool. Further questions for Ted? Thank you.
Thanks, Ted.
Yeah, no problem.
I'm looking for a motion to approve an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County, Colorado, authorizing the Holy Cross Energy easement relocation at the Faloha administrative units.
So moved.
Thank you, Greg.
Second.
Thank you, Francie. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you.
Ted.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Kara Silbernacle, Ashley Pearl, Jordana Sabella, Liz Woods, Kelly Medina.
Whoa.
You're the next contestant.
This must be important.
This is
Move it in.
This is Mills.
Will you promote? Good afternoon.
Is this the defining moment when Ted goes to work? Okay, thank you. Just wondering.
Ashley
Ready,
Pearl.
set, go.
Ashley Pearl, the desk is yours.
He's off on a plane tomorrow.
Hi.
Good to see your inbox.
Thank you for introducing us. We don't have to do that for ourselves. We have been with you the last 4 months, once a month, talking about the Healthy Community Fund ballot renewal, and we are at first reading, which is really exciting because then we have second reading in 2 weeks, and then we will just get in under the September 5th deadline to submit the ballot question to the clerk. So we are right on target. I didn't prepare slides today because we're talking really about the ballot issue that you all have seen in a couple different forms. So I was going to walk through what has changed since last time and go from there. You have in your packet a number of things. You have the ballot title and language, which we will talk about. You have a resolution, which we've cleaned up. The last time you saw it was 2018, so we've cleaned it up a bit, modernized some language. But besides that, very little changes have been made, so we can walk through what has been made, mainly around the mission statement that we talked about last time. And then you also have an attachment in there that is profiles of past Healthy Community Fund grant recipients. Greg, thank you for the call out that we need to do another look at those to make sure they're up to date. I know a little bit of information has changed and you caught that, which we can do between now and second reading. And then you also have a Healthy Community Fund impact statement, which has lots of good information from the 2025 grant cycle. So hopefully that is all helpful. We're happy to talk about what's in there today, but mainly we're going to focus on the ballot language, and then we can talk a little bit about the resolution.
Just one quick, the impact statement is the same we've had for a few weeks. I didn't read to see if any words were changed. That was kind of an updated one that you had given us.
So the one that you took to the Rotary is tweaked just a slight bit. The numbers are more updated and more accurate than today.
Today,
in
okay,
today's
thank you.
impact statement. Yep.
Good.
Question. Regarding the, something on the impact statement sticks out. It says that about 50,000 people in the valley have been served. That seems like a low estimate to me when I look at the number of nonprofits and services that are offered here. And I just want to make sure that's the best number you've got, because that's an important one to share with the community.
The way that we landed on that number, Greg, was historically that's been the estimate. It's not like the true number of it. It could be a larger number, but based on the reports that we get back from nonprofits, that's just an estimate. What we're looking at moving forward when the nonprofits are reporting back to us through their mid-year reporting is maybe tweaking the questions so that they can be more explicit about how many people are actually served.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I was just thinking, I think Lift Up claims 80,000 people right off the bat, so we're already there.
Yeah, I think it's mostly like the best that they can report right now, because some really, and Jordana, I'll look to you if I'm missing something. Some nonprofits are really working with those who work in Pickens County, and so we're just trying to assess how to make the reporting easier for them too, so that they can give us a truer number.
Great. And last question is, when I think of community, this is a Pitkin County tax and a Pitkin County fund, but frankly, our community stretches all the way to Battlement Mesa at this point or beyond, right, with workers coming up. I think it's important to share that when we talk about this, that these are people who we depend upon are also served.
No, I think that's a great point, and that's in the resolution language and the impact statement. And if you think that there's any other places we need to make sure that it exists, let me know.
Great, thanks. We will. Yeah.
Are we ready to jump into ballot language?
Yes, please.
Okay. The official title of this will be Ballot Issue 1A, Healthy Community Fund Mill Levy. So what's included in this first section is all the stuff we've talked about recently. These used to be bullet points. You are not allowed to have bullet points in ballot language, so now they are just separate lines. These have not changed at all since 2018, so each one of these allowable uses is the exact same as it was in 2018. And then this last section is all the good stuff that allows us to collect the tax, and Liz has some wordage around Tabor and things like that.
The good stuff.
The good stuff that lets us actually do the thing. So what is here is the number that you all decided on, which is that $5.2 million, which equates to a 0.853 mill levy, which is the adding approximately $500,000 to the overall collection amount starting in 2028. So in 2028, adding $500,000 on top of what we would have collected if it stayed at a fixed value in 2028, and then that we don't add additional, it just grows or doesn't grow at the same pace as property valuations. It's also, a lot of the language in here is required, as we've talked about, because it is now a mill levy, not a fixed valuation. And so that's why we have to have this language around shall Pickens County taxes, all that. What we were able to add, since you all saw it last time, is this part here, which has provided funding for the past 24 years. So we were not able to move any language up any further, but the legal team did say that this sort of addition is allowed. So I think staff feels that this definitely is starting to really explain to the reader. If they can make it past, if they can make it to the third line, we're really able to start to tell that story. Explaining what it is, and then also saying after the current property tax expires. So that's the tweak that's been made since you last saw it. And then the third piece of it is the, where'd that end up? 30-year sunset. A period not to exceed 30 years. So those are the three things we spent a lot of time talking about, was a sunset, the actual amount, and the structure of the tax. Those all show up like this in there. So happy to kind of chat with you all. Rye can weigh in on if we're making tweaks between now and second reading. how substantial they can be. But hopefully we're representing the direction you all have given us over the last couple meetings here.
Boschman, Clapper, Mann.
Thank you. It looks great. This is fine the way it is. Regarding the bullet points, the non-bullet points, this was the same bullet point set from 2018 or previously. I'm just wondering what has changed and if there's anything else we should emphasize in those bullet points for events, things that have happened since then that might rise to the top of that list. This is a great list and it probably is all inclusive, but I'm just thinking we're in a drought. We've been through a pandemic. We've got fire concerns on people's minds. The mood, the attitude, and what people care about has probably shifted a little bit since 2018. And if there's anything that we could or need to do to reflect that in those bullet points might be helpful. Perhaps it's just an academic exercise, but on the other hand, people do read these. And I just want to make sure it's relevant and they don't say, oh, this is the same thing I saw in 2018. What else is new? Thanks. Just a thought. I don't know if there's any merit to that, but.
I'll jump in, and I think it's up to the board, but it's something that we've talked about over the past several months, right? What has probably really evolved post-COVID is a lot of the intention that Public Health and Human Services in the Valley has been doing around food security. It's captured in there. Is that something that you would want to be calling out? And I'm going to look to the team of how you phrased it. It's still is a vague, but I think a lot more emphasis on just the entire safety network and the economic stability and network support systems that are critical for this community. That's what we've talked about with the board over the past several months. I think as we think about what's changed since 2018 post-COVID, whether that resonates enough to put in the ballot question, I think is up for all of you to call out directly versus a talking point.
I guess the way I'd frame it is to say my insecurities have changed and the communities have as well. The things you wake up at 3 a.m. wondering about, and if there's an opportunity to insert that, it just might help with the ballot language.
Just as a reminder, when we talked about adding the additional $500,000, we named 3 things that it could go to. We said a more focused behavioral health approach. So a small tweak could be to change mental health to behavioral health, since that's a more all-encompassing, kind of more modernized term. We also said that it could go towards food security, which we, as we read this as staff, is certainly incorporated in a number of these bullets, but is not specifically called out. And the third was that more self-sufficiency, which I think certainly is called out in the first one. So I think if you want to make the smallest change possible, you could change mental to behavioral health, and then you could call out more specifically food access. But again, I do think we at least have interpreted, and the grant committee has interpreted, that those are qualifying.
It's all in there. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't disagree with Greg's thought. Having attended the National Association of Counties Conference, there was a big emphasis on behavioral health, not specifically fine-tuned or defined as mental health issues, because it does incorporate more of other issues under behavioral health. Same thing with the state right now, with the efforts in the state and Northwest Colorado Council of Governments. So I think that might be a good idea. And as far as food security, I don't know where you'd fit it in. We don't want it to increase the length of the ballot question. If there's a way you can think of to incorporate that into one of the other bullet points, maybe bring it back at second reading and we can discuss it with some language in front of us. That's my one point.
My suggestion to the board would be that if you're concerned that the language doesn't adequately capture that particular issue, or any other particular issue, that you add that language today, given that you're running up against a time frame for doing that. I think looking at a number of these, but particularly either the second to last bullet point or the first bullet point could certainly including nutritional care or working with food insecurity or supporting food insecurity to one of these without significantly increasing the length of the text as you're considering what it looks like on the ballot language. So instead of just trying to interpret these to include something you may care about or you think the community may care about, I would suggest adding it today if you would like.
So I would then change mental health to behavioral health, suggest that. And then maybe under protective and supportive services for children and their families at risk households, including food security or access to.
I'd be looking to.
I'm looking at my county attorney for language.
Human services team to say what the industry language would usually be that revolves around food insecurity and add it into the resolution, potentially in that first bullet point.
I think you'd first want to say protective and supportive services for adults and children. Because right now it reads children and their families, which kind of excludes single adults with no children. And then you could say, comma, something. Or
And maybe
access
yeah,
to
maybe
food.
the second to last bullet point's the place to add that language.
Prevention and integrated healthcare services.
Yep, for lower income citizens, including the provision of,
Food.
Access to food.
including the access to food for low income citizens or something like that.
Georgina, do you have a better idea? And your
Or would
mom-
that
I'm
come
looking
in
to
better
you
under the first bullet
professionals
point?
to
Would that
fill
come
in the language you need to capture that.
So I think
So,
we're
yeah.
playing Mad Libs right now. I think it would be more.
How constrained in space are you all at this point?
That's a good question.
Here's my suggestion then. Why don't you just add another provision that captures particularly what you're after? And then when we're done in between now and second reading, we will check with the clerk's office to make sure you're not constrained by space. If you are constrained by space, we'll fit it in under one of these existing categories. Is that something the board would support?
Commissioner Clapper.
I would support that, but I think it would be, food security would be better if we needed to incorporate it under the first bullet point than the healthcare, because I think it's more for at-risk households.
Understood.
And there's room.
So,
But adults, I think, instead of and their families, because that'll take down some words.
so a standalone bullet point if we can fit it in. If not, we'll add it to
Bullet point number
bullet point
one.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah, or bullet point number one could say protective and supportive services, including food security for
children
adults
and adults
That's fine.
in at-risk households. Perfect. I do have one other question. On the ballot itself, under the ballot questions, not elected positions, does the state come first for their ballot initiatives, their ballot questions, then counties?
I think so.
I need to triple check, but I've asked this question and I feel like both Jeanette and Ingrid have said, yes, state comes before counties. Counties come before municipal or
Municipalities.
special districts. So this would be the first item under the county, under local, for
The
lack of a
reason
better
I'm
term.
asking that is voter fatigue. And I think being 1A is a good position for this question. And it's not at the end when people are have hopefully been reading thoroughly, so they will get past sentence number 3 in the opening paragraph. I think the opening paragraph addresses our concerns about trying to educate the voting population that it is considered, because of Tabor, a new tax, but it's a continuation of what we've been doing for 24 years. So thank you for that added statement.
Greg.
Okay, I would just ask also, I think this all sounds good where we're going. I think you've got pretty good direction on that. I would ask if we just look once again at the bullet points and maybe rank them in terms of importance, you know, or attractiveness or appeal to the constituency who are going to be voting, who will be most and best affected by this. And I'm going to go out on a limb and suggest that that's probably older adults are a huge voting block. The seniors are concerned about senior services. We know that. We get calls to expand our senior services. Children's issues. I'm just wondering if I would consider putting the third from the bottom one at the top. But you may have other reasons to prioritize that, but I would just say, take a look again, because if people are reading quickly and they only make it through the first 2 or 3 bullet points, and they see themselves when they read those, that will make a huge difference.
I think it's really subjective how people would
It's totally
list
subjective.
this. And so I think you're giving them an impossible task.
Well, I'd like to
say
hear their
which ones-
response before you
Yeah,
do that, though.
Well,
Thanks.
I'm responding, and I think it's really subjective. Probably each one of us would have a different take on which ones should be first and second.
Thank you for that. I'm going to still ask them.
We're currently conducting our next community health assessment, and the top 3 issues that are coming up for the community are access to physical integrated care, mental health, and behavioral health and substance use as the top concerns. So those the access to prevention and integrated care and the behavioral health now line could be moved up if that's what you want to use as your reason for changing the order.
I'll let you look at it again, but thanks for paying attention to that.
Right, do we need to decide the order now? Or is this a change
No, I
that
think
staff
that
can make?
the change to the order of these items would be an insubstantial change at the time of second reading.
Commissioner Mann.
I really like the way this has come around. 1A, that's great. There will be ballot fatigue if there's a dozen or more state issues, as we were saying. But this intro, compared to the ones we were considering before, I think reads really about as good as it can, considering the rules. It pulled out the additional ask, which I guess wasn't necessary for the number. I think some of them originally had the 500 or 250, and I think it's kind of nice to, it's already included there in the total number. So I don't know. I think I like that part. The fact that 30 years is just kind of written out. That's almost something you would glance right over. Everything about this looks about as good, considering the rules, as we could do. Apart from full caps, I'm kind of getting tired of the yelling in all caps, but can't really change that, right? No. I don't think we need to go down the path of like reordering these things, but if we want, we can. I agree. We'd all have different priorities. Maybe it's good that the rank doesn't weaken as we get lower, that there are some strong ones that you finish with.
If you get that far.
But I do think the 8 encompass a lot of things, and I think that's good. And they're all actually distinct too, so it's not like there's a lot of redundancy there. So I mean, I really like everything about this. I agree with behavioral health versus mental health, and the food security where everything is best to put in there. Now that it's been discussed, I do think that's a good idea. But I don't actually have other changes to suggest.
I have a question.
Sure.
I have a question to the board that I hadn't thought of before. And it kind of goes from where you all started of we're in a different environment now. I think the insecurities that are felt across the community. So I think there's 2 questions I would pose for the board to consider are the qualifiers in the first bullet, and then can you scroll down, Ashley? The at-risk households.
Okay, so this right here.
And then can you scroll down to the other one is for lower income citizens. Both are obviously very true, and I guess I would just pose the question to all of you, do you want to keep those qualifiers in or remove them because it applies to it, we apply it across this community, not just to those, the basis of need is through our partners, but sometimes the access to healthcare expands across the whole community, not just lower income or anything like that. So I would pose that question to the board. There's value in those descriptions, and might be something you want to talk about right now.
Thank you. A good point. I would say strike that. And I had seen that, but I just assumed it was necessary. But what we're discussing at is how do you read this and what do you identify with as a voter? And that's super important. We know there are certain constituencies in the community that are going to be probably greater beneficiaries of it than others. But then we also know that everybody is touched by it in some way, in a positive way. So that's where I just want to make sure we're really intentional about how we order it. And certainly, if Kara suggests that that's possible, remove that access to prevention and integrated healthcare services. Do I count as a lower income citizen, or am I above that limit? Or where, how will people know? So I think that's really important advice.
To that point, you also have here for all community members, which I don't know why this particular line is for all community members and the other ones are for low income and the other ones are at risk. Do you want to remove all qualifiers? No. We will also, right after this, talk about the mission statement, which speaks to kind of who it serves. So,
I think we've had that language in 2018. I think we should leave the qualifiers in there, because right now you ask anybody who really is struggling to stay in our community, they consider themselves low income. Even if they're making above those wage limits, people are not making, because look at the wage discrimination and I want to say discrimination, the wage differences that we have in our community. And I think the majority of our community considers themselves low income by the cost of living in our community.
Qualifiers.
Yeah. I think you've got a good point there, Patty. I do think that, for instance, on the first one, I really like that suggestion you made, Kara, because when I look at the first one, I'm like protective and supportive services for children and their families. Maybe like, well, what about me? I'm not at risk. And the same with the lower income. I like it to be, I think it makes sense to be as inclusive as possible. And so I sort of support your idea on that.
And it's more for the board discussion. I think I just wanted to call it out since we hadn't discussed it, that you all should discuss it and give us a direction.
I would keep the qualifiers. And the reason why is I think they're sort of, for example, this is who they could apply to. There's nothing in here that that defines the terms. So there's nothing that defines the income or that defines the at-risk. And so leaving them in actually just provides part of the story, but it doesn't potentially reduce the applicant or reduce the pool that could receive the services. So my preference is you're telling a story, this is ballot language, and if you're reading it, you have an understanding of who may receive these services. But it's not precluding someone. It's not saying at 100,000, you're below AMI, you can or cannot receive these services. So,
But Jeffrey, you're supporting changing and their families to children and adults?
Correct. Correct. Yeah, I'm supportive of the changes up to this point, behavioral, the food security edition, so the changes discussed.
Perfect.
I don't, just for reducing text, the burden of reading, I think it reduces the storytelling, if you will, in the language.
Yeah, see what.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I don't understand that. I guess you can assume that everybody in the community thinks that they're a lower income citizen, unless they're one of the 100 billionaires. I don't know, where do you draw the line? I look at that and I think, well, I'm not at risk. I guess I could be at risk. I just don't know it. Am I lower income? I don't make as much as a lot of people, but I don't consider myself lower income. Who is this for? And so, I just want to make sure the constituencies who most benefit and appreciate it most will recognize themselves when they read this. So that's why I really appreciated Kara's point. You don't consider yourself a low-income citizen even though you make the salary of a commissioner, do you?
Well, especially since you guys just gave yourself a raise, let's not get started there.
Patty, how much does Patty make? Is she low income or is she rolling?
Make a lot less than you do.
I think we're off the subject of
well,
the refinement.
I'm trying
of
to make the
terms.
point. So anyway, that's why I'd support the suggestion is let's make it more inclusive and let's aim it at the people who will most benefit from this.
What's on you, dude?
It's on me. Well, I mean, how many of these actually qualify in a meaning? Like if we're talking about the seventh one, for example, with services, is it only for lower income citizens? Is this something that needs to be qualified? Because if so, then we need to keep it in there, I think.
Depends on the service that they're applying for.
I mean, I know it varies on the there's a lot of reasons why it would vary, but it should stay in there if some of these programs we're supporting are specific for at-risk households, and they're not for everybody. And that's where I think I like to be all inclusive, and it will be easier to sell if it's a bigger net that we're going to cast. But if someone isn't an at-risk household and they go in for, child support services, and then they learn that, oh, I'm not even qualified for this, I thought I just voted for that. I don't know. It seems that's generally
Can I jump
thinking.
in real quick? Then you'd have to specify all the services.
Yeah.
That'd be a 12-page ballot question. So we have to be very generalized by saying, because some service you can go in and there is no qualifier for your income. And there's other services that are very specific. So it's the diversity of the program itself that, you have to be more generalistic in the ballot language.
And if that's the case, then I support removing it, because it isn't specific to whether it's low income or at risk. I think it's not in the interest of just removing, characters and cleaning up the text.
I'm fine with the language except for the 3 small changes that we've made. Removing families to adults and behavioral health, and we only had 2. And
Food security.
And food security, thank you. I knew there was another one, yeah.
So where'd we end up? We left the qualifiers?
I think leaving the qualifier, I'm saying only change their families to adults, changing mental health to behavioral health, and then adding where we can, based on the amount of language we have in the ballot question, something about food security, because that is risen to the top of our needs to fund.
But I thought we had 3 people who wanted to remove the qualifiers, didn't we?
I do.
I mean, you asked me my take on it. I don't feel strongly about it, but I just want to make sure we're not putting in language that is specific when it doesn't need to be.
So I think I opened up a can of worms, but I think it's a good conversation.
That's why we're here.
Yeah. So I do think maybe to what Jeffrey was suggesting, and so they are in here and it is telling a story. They are also purposely broad, right? Because some services, and we do not define low income in the ballot language as 80% AMI. It's broad because low income differs across the different providers that we use and how it applies in different services. So it really is, I think, up to the board of how you want to provide them, but keeping them in is not restrictive. It's more about how you're selling it to the community. It's not restrictive, and it is also truthful either way you put it in.
Okay, I'm going to try and help you all out a little bit here. Perhaps it would be useful to compare what the 3rd bullet point ends with, which is services for all community members, with some of the qualifiers in the other language. And if you are reviewing those things and reading the language strictly, as you would be required to do for tax measures, you would read some level of qualification into some of those other services between the 1st and 2nd one. What makes sense to me, and that doesn't mean it makes sense to anybody else, is that 1st bullet point provides you with flexibility to do some things that it's more of a catch-all, if you ask me, when I read it. Like, for example, you could fund perhaps one of the local daycares to a tune of some amount of money based on that language, but that daycare facility might not serve at-risk households. So for that particular language, or that particular bullet point, it may make sense to be less restrictive and remove the at-risk households, which I think is what Commissioner Clapper is trying to accomplish on one end. But it probably makes sense to limit something like access to healthcare services to lower income citizens, so you're not broadening the base at which you're throwing that out. So you can sort of carve a little middle ground between those 2 things by modifying that 1st bullet point, but leaving some of the language in the other bullet points that you've relied on for a number of years. And I'm not trying to complicate the matter for you, but just based on the conversation and the goals that I'm hearing you all try and articulate, and knowing some of the things that the program has funded in the past, that may be sort of a good way to move forward from here.
I appreciate that. I'm happy to go with that. Makes sense to me.
I'll go along with it. I think we've had a good conversation here, and clearly there are different points of view on it. And as Francie pointed out, everyone has a subjective view of it. I just want to make sure it's inclusive of the people who are going to be voting on it.
Split the baby?
How?
The way I said.
Yeah.
So I have that.
You have to sell the question.
Second point reading, protective and supportive services, including food security for children and adults.
We were going to put so we're sharing a mic here. We were going to try and put a separate bullet point for food security.
Yeah, I think we
If we can do that per the clerk's office, which we will confirm between now and second reading. If we cannot, then we will put it that way, I think is where the board was going with that.
And then you leave access to prevention and integrated healthcare services for lower income citizens.
I think that's where we landed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other thoughts on the ballot language before we check in real quick on the resolution?
Oh, there's more? I'm just kidding.
How much and how long? I think.
Please,
I really like your packet.
Thank you.
Nice job.
Oh, thank you.
please proceed to the resolution.
Please proceed. Okay, this is the resolution. It is very similar to the resolution in 2018. The major substantive change is number 8, which is where we state what the mission is. This is based on the conversation we had 2 weeks ago around wanting to make sure that the mission is inclusive of all the bullet points that we just went through. So the change has come in. This first sentence has always stayed the same. Picken County citizens and employees be independent, healthy, and safe, period. This second sentence has been tweaked a little bit. Picken County's grant program works to support nonprofit organizations that provide critical health and human services. And then we added natural resource protection. And then it reads the same as it always has, and community resources to serve people who live and or work in Picken County.
Thank you for putting that in there.
Will you add a comma for me? I
Yeah,
know we
sure.
don't agree
Where?
on this, Carol.
Oxford, baby.
Oxford, comma? Seriously?
After natural resource protection, would you please put a comma for that list?
Sure
Totally
will.
warranted.
I thought we
I just
abandoned
thought you
that
wanted just
comma.
to throw one in anywhere. Just put another comma in there.
Definitely a comma.
Yes, thank you.
We have to check with Rye on that.
I won't sign it if there's not an Oxford comma.
I'm the English teacher.
I'm the English teacher.
That is truly the only substantive change to the
Yeah,
resolution.
totally.
So unless you want to tweak that mission. Okay,
No, I just thought they should align, and thank you very much.
you're welcome.
Anything further?
No, we will be back in 2 weeks for second reading and public hearing, changing mental to behavioral, adding food access, adding in adults to the line 1. We will consider a movement of the order of the lines, and we will strike at-risk households. Those will be the changes in the ballot language, and we'll add a comma into the resolution.
Well done.
But the
I just
first
want you to
one
know
is
that I don't
eliminating and
use the
their
Oxford
families
comma.
and
Yes.
adding adult.
I must be more progressive than all of
Sorry,
you.
I didn't hear, 2 people were speaking. I didn't hear Patty's
No,
comment.
just clarifying that they're taking out and their families in bullet point 1 and adding and adults. Okay, thank you.
Correct.
Thank
Yep.
you.
That is all.
So further questions, comments from the board table? Seeing none, looking for a motion to approve
So
the
moved.
resolution as as amended at the table, a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Pittman County, Colorado, approving ballot language title to be submitted for the November 3rd, 2026 general election, authorizing an annual ad valorem property tax mill levy imposed at a rate of 8.53 mils, 0.853 mils for not more than 30 years for the purposes of funding the Healthy Community Fund, and to go into effect once the existing tax expires, and authorizing that all appropriate actions to be taken relating to the election. A motion by Greg.
moved, yeah.
I'll second, but I want to make sure. I thought you said 8.5. It's
0.853
0.85
mils.
mils.
0.853 mils. Underlined Double underline.
Think of the funds.
Further discussion?
Okay. full
Seeing none, all those in
speed
favor?
Thank
Aye.
you. Thanks, ladies.
ahead. Thank you all.
Thank you
Good
for all that.
Is the board ready
all the
to,
hard
Probably
work on
Tosh,
this.
you went on that one.
is the board ready to go through 13 through 15, which will be the second readings, and then take a break at land use?
I am, I can do that.
Brian Mahoney.
In the shoot. Riding Widowmaker.
So runway shift, partial design. This is a public hearing and second reading.
Are you doing this without Diane? Where's?
Resolutions used to say like increase of, you know, so, because it's not in there, it's like, you know.
Okay.
Here she is.
From a,
She's having fun with the
Yeah.
FA.
I think it might make it better.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
Maybe, maybe not, but.
So
Alright.
Liz Woods.
We're ready?
Please.
All right. Well, yes, Diane had to go back to the airport. So we are here today. Oh, I'm Liz Woods, in case you haven't gotten my name in one of these other thousands of items I've been on today. Finance Director, Treasurer, and Public Trustee, joined by Diane Jackson from the airport and Ryan Mahoney, Deputy County Manager. And we are here for two items that we would like to, you want to discuss them together?
Yes, please.
Okay. And you're okay with us discussing them together, so thank you. And then we will vote on them separately. So we wanted to pull up this slide. Just give me 1 second to talk about them. So Diane, do you want to describe?
We thought that it would be best to kind of give a high-level overview of the grants that we have out this year and expected for next year. What was brought before you already was that AIG or IIJA, depending on the administration that it was under, AIP 68 for the $9.6 million for the runway design. Then before you today, we have the second read for the acceptance of AIP 69 entitlement for approximately $2.2 million for the remaining runway design, as well as AIP 70, and we're calling it 70B or 72, depending on how they do this, whether it be a companion grant or rolling our entitlements and our discretionary into one grant. So you will see as a sub-bullet to that AIP 70 and AIP 70B or 72 with the discretionary funding. This will be a total grant of up to $50 million. 7.76 of that will be your remaining entitlement funds. I know you were asking about that, Patty. Those are entitlement funds that we've saved up and we're ready to use for this. So the time that we loaned it to Eagle, that is part of this now. We have that back, as well as a discretionary amount of up to $42 million should we have any extra money at the end of the year. We are first in line with the FAA in our region to be able to accept that. We know that we will be getting $30 million from them, but it gives us a small buffer that should there be more money, we are able to take that and did this as an application and approval to accept because we do need to act quickly on these. We're expecting them to come out early September and they do need those signed and back in their hands mid-September to be able to close out for their fiscal year. And I have in red here AIP 71, so this goes back to the numbering just like the PFC application. AIP 71 found its way in the middle of our construction grants because that was the vehicle transponder grant that you all have approved for approximately 140,000 for the vehicles so the tower can see our vehicles operating on the airfield. As well as 27 and beyond, we listed those out. That is what is planned right now is $80 million in construction discretionary, and that we will take our AIP entitlement funding for a reimbursable agreement for the construction portion of our weather equipment that you will probably have coming before you in September for a construction reimbursable agreement, as well as 2028, we have another $80 million in discretionary that we are expecting, plus 2.5 in entitlement. So we thought there's so many numbers and so many grants flying around for all of us. that it would be really helpful to show what we've done, what's before you, and what's expected for next year.
Questions for Diane, Ryan, or Liz? Diane, on this slide it says 2.2 million for runway design. On the resolution it's 2.104. Is it just an error on the slide?
I think it was just an approximation. Is
I'm
that
so
correct?
sorry, everyone, I can't hear very well.
So the question was on this, on the resolution it's 2.104 million. On the slide it's 2.2. Just making sure the resolution's correct.
The resolution is right, we just used approximate numbers for the PowerPoint. Thank you for asking.
Thank you. Any questions regarding item number 13? Seeing no questions at the board table, opening up the public hearing and second reading for resolution number 13 on the board's docket. Ellen Anderson, the mic by Liz will be great.
Ellen Anderson, Aspen Village. This is really confusing to the public because we're hearing anticipated, expecting, and then some entitlement and discretionary. So let me just ask a real specific question. On the number 13, is that an entitlement or discretionary? That's for the 2,104,000. Is that entitlement or discretionary?
That is entitlement.
That is entitlement.
Yes.
Okay, got it. And then, is it appropriate for me to ask or make a comment on agenda item 14? Are you lumping
You're
them
welcome.
together?
I'll open again. You're welcome to give, we're going to open a public comment on both. So
Okay.
Your
Go ahead.
choice.
Can I?
We'll see you back at 14.
About 13 now.
Yeah, I know you're talking about 13. Can I just turn the microphone off and back up?
You're welcome. Yeah,
Okay.
We'll see you at 14. Thank you. Further public comment on item number 13? Seeing no comments in the room or online on item number 13, we're now taking public comment and second reading on item number 14. Ellen Anderson.
Thank you. And I'm speaking on behalf of not only myself, but other citizens who are not able to be here. And it's more of a comment, and that is just to make sure that we're understanding this correctly. This is just to apply for a grant, and I assume it's discretionary, for up to $50 million. It could be as little as zero or as much as $50 million. And there's no assurance at this point how much it will be. And the comment that I'm relaying for other people is, you're already moving dirt. This is a lot of money. And there's just sort of some people are kind of incredulous that you're moving ahead so assuredly. And this huge chunk of money now you're just applying for with no assurance of getting it. Can you just, are you allowed to comment and assure us taxpayers? Because we don't run our households that way. When I put an addition on my house, I had my financing firmly in place before I moved dirt. This seems to be a little backwards to some people in the public.
Would the chair like us to respond?
Well, as you know, we can't discuss public comment.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm relaying this on behalf of several people who are just wondering. That's not the way we run our own business. So thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ellen.
Thanks, Ellen. Further comment regarding public item number 14? In the room or online, seeing no hands online or in the room. Closing the public comment on number 14. Bringing it back to the board, I'm looking for a motion to approve a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County, Colorado, authorizing the chair to sign a Federal Aviation Administration grant in the amount of $2,104,034 for runway 1533 shift partial design at the Aspen-Pitkin County Airport, Sardi Field.
So moved.
Francie.
Second.
Ted. Further discussion?
Aye.
Seeing none, all those in
Whoops.
favor? Aye.
Aye.
That was my comment.
Thank you.
I have no comment.
I'm looking for a motion to approve a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County, Colorado, authorizing the chair to submit a Federal Aviation Administration, FAA, Airport Improvement Program, AIP application, and if awarded, accept up to $50 million grant for the Runway 1533 modernization projects at Aspen-Pitkin County Airport, Sardi Field.
So moved.
Greg? Need a second, Francie? Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Diane. Enjoy the FAA.
Thank you.
Thank you. Richard Neely.
Thank you, board. What you have before you today is an ordinance accepting an amendment to a conservation easement, or I'm sorry, covenant that burdens the Aspen Chapel property, as well as an acceptance of a grant of a Nordic easement. We've got some representatives of the chapel here. I'll let them introduce themselves before I continue on.
Hi, I'm Sarah Adams with Bend and Adams. Thanks for having me.
I'm Barbara Owen, I'm a trustee.
Turn red lights on the mics.
There we go. Should I repeat? Yeah. Okay. I'm Barbara Owen. I'm a trustee for the Aspen Chapel.
Excellent. Thank
Nice
you.
to see
Welcome.
Glad you're here.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
Okay, today is second reading. The BoCC approved the proposed ordinance on first reading. Today is the continued public hearing for the matter. It was noticed initially for public hearing at the last meeting, so the board kept it open, and public comment is necessary to hear today based on the board's prior action. There are no substantive changes between first and second reading. We went through the ordinance and the details of what it does pretty in-depth last time. We did have some changes to the documents that form the backbone of this ordinance, namely the easement agreement and the covenant. Most of those I would describe as cleanup items and to address some of the concerns that the chapel had, accounting for loss of parking during the use of the easement period and things like that. And we eventually came to an agreement on all of those things, and I appreciate your willingness to work with the county on all that, and it was a great back and forth. So it's in substantially the same form as last time. I'm happy to go through what this what the site plan a little bit, but I'd say Sarah's probably a better person to do that. But before I turn it over to the chapel representatives, does the board have any questions for me?
Seeing none.
Great.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Ray.
Yeah, of course.
We have the site plan drawings that we can run you through. It's really up to you what would be most helpful, since at first reading we talked about everything. So I can show you slides or we can answer questions. Very excited. Yeah, it's whatever works for you. I know you have more items on the agenda.
I think we're good without
Okay,
the slides.
perfect.
No significant changes, right?
No significant changes. We're all in agreement. We've all worked together, and we really appreciate Rye's efforts in pulling it all together for us.
As long as the dove stays on top of us.
Absolutely, 100%. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess closing comments from you guys at second reading. Thank you. We've been with you at this table for a couple months, so anything you want to add as we close out?
Well, I would just say thank you to all of you as well. We certainly appreciate your support and the support of the community, and we look forward to be continuing to be Aspen's Chapel.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Seeing no commissioner comments or questions, I'm opening it online and in the room. This is a public hearing and second reading. Seeing none, I'm bringing it back to the board. Looking for a motion to approve an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County, Colorado, accepting an amendment to the Aspen Chapel property restrictive covenant and a Nordic easement from the Aspen Chapel.
I'm happy to move.
And I will second.
Further discussion? Seeing,
Quick comment.
I do, please.
I promise I will either get a photograph or bring that watercolor.
Oh, yeah.
I look at it every day because it's on my main wall. I need to get it out so you guys can see it. It's beautiful.
Great. Great, thank you.
Congratulations. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thanks so
Thank
much.
you for being
Appreciate
patient
it.
with us
Thank
today.
you.
Goes well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Barbara.
You're gonna hear
Thank
about
you,
that.
Sarah.
Thanks.
Does the board need a minute, or can we do the continuation real fast and then take a minute before the FEVAG?
That.
So we're doing, I'm looking for a motion to continue. Sorry, it's a public hearing. I'm going to open up the public comment regarding a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County, Colorado, RC ownership, LLC, Redstone Castle, annual review. You need me to open a public comment?
Yes, please.
Opening a public comment regarding RC ownership, LLC, Redstone Castle, 2025 annual review. Looking for a hand in the room or online. I feel like I'm auctioning off the castle. Would anyone like to buy a castle in the room or online? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion to continue a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County, Colorado, RC Ownership LLC, Redstone Castle, annual review to August the 26th, 2026.
So moved.
Ted?
Second.
Greg? All those, further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We are going to take a 9-minute break. We will join you back at 3:30 for our final item number 17, which is FEVAG Ranch LLC activity envelope and site plan review. We will see you at 3:30. August 12th. This is the regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners, Pickens County, Colorado. We're on item number 17, a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners with FEVAG Ranch LLC activity envelope and site plan review, as well as GMQS exemption. And I'm going to turn it over to Tammy Cochin to start us off.
All right. So the applicant for this item, as Jeffrey just mentioned, is FEVAG Ranch LLC, the owners of the property. On the screen here we have the subject property highlighted in blue. They're represented here today by Sarah Adams with Bendon and Adams. The subject property contains 24 acres.
Do you mind just doing a full, let's just do a full intro while
Sure,
we got everyone. Sorry, before
Yeah.
we dive right in.
Yeah. So I'm the planner, Tammy Cochin.
I'm Sarah Adams with Bendon Adams.
I'm Haley Carmer with Garfield and Hecht.
Alex Geloff, the owner of FEVAG Ranch.
And then on the phone, we have Mike Sawyer, water attorney. We should have SGM. I will text them. And then behind me is Delvin Nemechek, architect, and Chris Bryan.
Excellent, thank you.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
I'm just going to do a quick background on the application and then go into some of the code that was also thoroughly gone through in the memo. So just to give you some site context, this property is pretty prominent in that it's located right in the corner of Highway 82 and Snowmass Creek Road. Just to the northeast corner of it is the Snowmass Conoco Park and Ride. And Snowmass Creek runs straight through the center of this property. So what the applicant is requesting is activity envelope and site plan review and a GMQS exemption. And that is to build a single-family residence and accessory structure, which would total 5,750 square feet on the east side of Snowmass Creek Road. They're also proposing a driveway which will access from Snowmass Creek Road. And then the associated development with that would be a 7,000-gallon buried water tank for fire suppression, as well as two 15,000-gallon buried water tanks for augmentation, a well, OWTS, and site grading. Currently, the site is, for the most part, undeveloped, with the exception of two ditches, the Lexus Arbany ditch and the Red Rock Bluff ditch, as well as a neighbor's driveway, which runs on the very southeast corner of the parcel right here to the neighboring property. There's also overhead electrical lines that run across the property and across Snowmass Creek. Also, I'd like to note that there is an access easement from Highway 82 across the CDOT parcel, which sits just to the west, and it runs to the subject property, and that easement is for the maintenance of those ditches. This site is very constrained due to most of the western side of the property containing slopes over 30 and 45%, as well as the wildlife habitat associated with Snowmass Creek, which includes wetland areas, the riparian areas, and then you've also got the floodplain associated with the creek. The history of this parcel is important. The first land use action occurred in 1997 when the BoCC approved a 1041 hazard review for a building envelope on the west side of the creek with access from Highway 82. That plan was never recorded, and that approval has lapsed. The next action was in 2001 when the hearing officer denied an application for a building envelope on the east side of the creek with access from the east side. I think it's important to note at that time the owner did have approval to access the site from Highway 82, as well as the stream setbacks at that time were only 20 feet. Then in 2023, CDOT denied the applicant's request for access off of Highway 82, and then again in 2025, they confirmed that position. Then in 2023, the Community Development Director denied an activity envelope and site plan application for development of a single-family residence, an accessory structure, CDU, swimming pool, spa, and associated development, as well as development of an approximately 1,800 foot long driveway along Snowmass Creek with a bridge over Snowmass Creek. Then in 2025, the board denied an appeal of that decision after finding that the community development director did not, finding that there was no clear and demonstrable error, abuse of discretion, or denial of due process. So this application was referred to the agencies on the screen, and most everybody provided comments, which were included in the packet. So again, here is the proposed site plan. You can see Snowmass Creek Road here in gray at the top. The proposed access is right off of Snowmass Creek. Here's the auto court, an accessory structure, and the proposed residence. You'll also see the buried water tank for fire suppression, the two other buried water tanks for augmentation. This circle here in turquoise is the activity envelope for the well. And then this yellow hatched activity envelope is for the proposed OWTS. And then also just to point out for context, there's a wetland setback just to the west of the house here. And then you can see, sorry, my mouse is a little jumpy, Snowmass Creek runs somewhere like that. Okay, this is just a little bit more blown up. So when reviewing this application, staff considered the standards in chapters 1 through 7, with the bulk of the review occurring in chapter 7. Those standards are discussed more thoroughly in the memo, and I'm going to assume that the board read the memo, and I'm not going to cover all those standards. I am just going to cover the standards that were the bulk of the basis for denial. But if the board has more questions on any of the other standards, I'm happy to go back and talk about those. So one of the first sections in chapter 7 is 71050 and 71060, and those are the priorities in locating development. And this basically states that analysis needs to begin with avoidance of constrained areas, and if avoidance is not possible, the range, size, or intensity of the proposed development must be evaluated and may be limited. And then, only then, authorized modifications can be considered. So the first step is avoidance. On the screen, you can see the proposed residence, this image with the residence in black. And then I've got the 100-foot creek setback in orange. The 50-foot creek setback is in green, and you can see Snowmass Creek here in blue. And so you'll see that the majority of the proposed development is within that 100-foot creek setback, as well as the wildlife habitat and native vegetation associated with that constraint. This application places permanent residential activity within that narrow strip between Snowmass Creek Road and Snowmass Creek, and also proposes the removal of approximately 1,581 caliper inches of trees, shown in this image at the bottom. The residence will contain 3 bedrooms, and previously the applicant had proposed a CDU, but that's been removed But the requested floor area is still the full 5,750 square feet allowed in this area. This proposal requires relief from the front yard and the Snowmass Creek Road setbacks, and those setback variances remain within the authority of the Board of Adjustment and not the BoCC. And zoning has reviewed this and stated that they would recommend approval to the BOA for those variances, but at this time those haven't been granted. So even assuming that there's relief from these dimensional standards, the submitted proposal remains unable to satisfy the wildlife stream corridor vegetation protection and mitigation standards, and therefore staff has recommended denial of the activity envelope and site plan pursuant to these sections 71050 and 71060. I'm going to skip through these sections. So these sections that I'm skipping through, like I said, staff either found the application complied with or that there wasn't enough information material submitted to make a clear finding one way or the other. So really the bulk of the basis of denial is within section 72070, and this is the wildlife habitat section. So here on the screen you'll see the map showing the creek, the riparian setbacks, the wetlands and those setbacks, and in red is the proposed structures. So the side of the creek is within the riparian community and also within mapped elk and mule deer winter habitat. It's also within 1/4 mile of significant severe winter range and winter concentration areas for elk and mule deer. The applicant's ecological assessment concluded that the proposal would fragment native vegetation, permanently convert riparian vegetation to residential use, introduce year-round human activity near the creek, and cause direct or indirect loss of important or quality wildlife habitat and other significant ecological resources regulated by the code. Based on this assessment, it provided substantial site-specific evidence that the proposal does not satisfy the principles in section 72070. CPW also reviewed this application and made some findings, but really they just emphasized the importance of protecting the riparian corridor as well. So here on the screen you'll see mule deer habitat and elk habitat. I think it's the hatching is the severe winter range and the winter concentration areas. So the standard wildlife buffers associated with that habitat cannot be fully provided on this parcel. And so the code allows for an alternative buffer or requires that the maximum practical buffer be provided. And staff found that the applicant has not demonstrated that the submitted 5750 square foot plan and the accessory structure provides the maximum practicable separation, or that a reduced buffer could not improve that buffer. And so based on all of this, staff has recommended denial under section 72070 based on that habitat loss, fragmentation, and the buffer findings. Oops, I'm sorry. What's going on here? Oh, there we go. So section 72080 somewhat overlaps with the wildlife habitat section in that it's the river and stream corridor and wetland section, and it speaks a lot to riparian habitat. So again, here's this image with the setbacks and the proposed development, and you'll see that the permanent development does lie within the 100-foot setback of Snowmass Creek. The requested reduction to no less than 50 feet is not automatic. just because the parcel is constrained. The applicant must demonstrate compliance with some very site-specific criteria, and that the reduction will not degrade water quality, increase stream bank erosion, or reduce the quality of riparian or wetland habitat. So, assuming that the applicant satisfies these alternative standards, the requested reduction still cannot be approved because the applicant's ecological assessment states that permanent loss, fragmentation, and reduction in the quality of Snowmass Creek riparian habitat will be made. In addition, there are slopes over 30% along Snowmass Creek, and the code requires that slopes over 30% not be present. There's also a question of fluvial presence and the presence of a floodplain that remains outstanding. And then there's also a little bit of grading associated with the accessory structure and a dry well that extends into the 50-foot setback. And at this point, staff is unaware of any exception in the code for that activity. Therefore, staff has recommended denial pursuant to section 72080. Jump through to the next section I'll talk about is section 720-130, the landscaping and vegetation protection section. So the application proposes the removal of 1,581 caliper inches of trees. Again, much of it is within this riparian corridor. The record doesn't contain a complete and consistent enforceable replacement and vegetation plan. The application has not shown how removed vegetation and disturbed areas would be replaced and stabilized in a manner that satisfies the mitigation requirements of this section. Therefore, staff recommends denial pursuant to this section as well. Jump to the beginning of Chapter 7 speaks to the requirement that the application maximize compliance with the applicable master plan. And in this area, the applicable master plan is the plan for the valleys of Capitol Creek and Lower Snowmass Creek. This plan emphasizes rural character, moderate residential scale, protection of natural watersheds, wildlife habitat, undisturbed native vegetation, riparian corridors, and the quality and quantity of water in Snowmass and Capitol Creeks. Because the proposal includes approximately 14,400 square feet of developed area between the road and the creek, there would be a permanent conversion of riparian habitat to residential use. The caucus provided a letter which stated that they unanimously opposed the application, and overall staff finds that this proposal does not maximize compliance with the master plan. The next section I'll speak to is 630-100, the GMQS exemption for development up to 5750 on certain types of parcels. So the application did provide a title history which demonstrated that this parcel was created in 1956. Staff has found that this satisfies the pre-June 12, 1978 legal creation for the eligibility under section 630-100 for development rights up to 5750. That threshold does not establish entitlement to construct that full 5750, and the exemption remains subject to compliance with all applicable provisions of the land use code. And because staff has recommended denial of the plan based on other sections of the code, staff is also recommending that the GMQS exemption also be denied solely in connection with the application without finding that the parcel fails the legal creation threshold. Therefore, in conclusion, staff recommends that the BoCC adopt the resolution denying the FEVAG Ranch LLC activity envelope and site plan, and further recommends denial of the requested GMQS exemption, as I stated, solely in connection with the activity envelope and site plan application. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Sarah to present, unless the board has questions at this point for me.
Okay. Share my screen. Thanks, Tammy. Let it catch up. Okay. Thank you. I'm going to try not to repeat what Tammy has already said. Obviously, we have a lot of the same slides, but I'll do my best to not repeat. So we were before you about a year ago in an appeal hearing, almost a year to the month, after the denial of development on the west side of Snowmass Creek Road. So we've spent the past year doing an even deeper dive into the east side as requested by the BoCC and county staff. And that's what we'll present today. I'm going to skip location because you've got it at this point. Property boundary, Tammy covered that. I'm going to pause on the background. As Tammy mentioned, there was an approved envelope on the west side when there was access from Highway 82 that was requested to be relocated to the east side, which was denied in 2001. Alex purchased the property in 2021, and when he purchased the property, we met with county planning staff, and we met with CDOT right away because we wanted to talk about access. We wanted to talk about an appropriate location for a building envelope. We had obviously been to the site. We saw the riparian area, all the vegetation on the east side, and we knew that access was going to be a question for CDOT. As Tammy mentioned, right now the access from 82 is really to just serve the ditch maintenance. So in order to have the access serve a home, which you can see here, this is our west side plan. There is a delay on these. Anyway, you get the idea. The west side plan's on the right. In order to have access from 82 to the proposed residence, there had to be an upgraded, CDOT had to upgrade that access point. What they look at is there a local road that can provide access when you have access off of 82. They also look at the classification of Highway 82. That's the highway category, traffic speeds, traffic volumes, all the things that CDOT thinks about, safety, speeds. And they have told us, no, you have to access from Snowmass Creek Road. Alex and I and Andrew Knapp, the county engineer, have talked to CDOT. I counted 5 times, but I didn't go further than that. You get the idea. We've talked to CDOT a lot about this. We've proposed many options to change the access point on 82, turning lanes, bollards, improvements on the highway. I mean, we've tried everything that our traffic engineer can think of in trying to keep access from 82, because obviously that is the best option for this property, which obviously has a development right. So far, we have not been successful. There was an administrative decision, like Tammy mentioned, in 2025 for the plan you see here for the west side that was denied. I do want to point out, every time I see the length of the driveway, it makes me stop because we're actually using the existing ranch road for the majority of the driveway, so that number seems really big and very long, when in fact we are using the existing ranch road to avoid vegetation removal. We're just improving it. So that was denied in 2025. We appealed that decision to you last summer, and the denial was upheld with a 3-2 vote. After that happened, we ran to CDOT right away and said, hey, we don't have access from Snowmass Creek Road. Andrew Knapp was in those conversations as well, and CDOT said, that's nice, we're not providing you access from 82. So here we are with the full East Side plan to talk to you about. You know, we put our best foot forward to come up with something that would work, and it just does not work, as Tammy has shown you. So before I go into the proposal, which you can see here for the East Side, similar to what you saw last summer, I just want to point out the amount of time and all of the diligence that's gone into the development of this property, specifically the East Side, because it is so sensitive. Staff recommends denial, and as you read in the application, we concur. We got there as well in the application, which is a little strange to write as a planner, but you know, we want to be honest. You know, some of the comments in the staff memo and some of the notes in the resolution talk about an insufficient analysis or lack of information, and we just want to make sure that everyone is clear that we've provided all of the information. The fact that it doesn't meet code is one thing, but all the information has been there. We've analyzed every option, smaller house, bigger house, everything. We can talk about that tonight if you want. And I'm sure staff doesn't mean there's missing information, since everyone knows they can ask us for more information if something's missing. So I just want to put that on the record that we feel confident in the past 5 years and the hundreds and hundreds of pages we've given you that our analysis is very thorough. We've put in our best effort, and it's just not feasible. We, like I said, have tried every option. The wildlife impacts, the stream riparian corridor protections, the extensive mature vegetation removal, those are just insurmountable challenges on the East Side. So Tammy showed you this site plan. I colored the creek because there's a lot of lines on this plan. The lines are site constraints. For the most part. So you get the idea. I can't highlight all the site constraints because it would look completely ridiculous, but I can at least show you the creek, and I'll zoom in to the building envelopes. A little easier to read. So you may remember this from last year, and Tammy touched on it with her graphics that color code the 100-foot setback, which is here. It's like the slowest cursor, and the 50-foot setback, which is right there. We have the road and the yard setbacks, the overhead power lines that cannot be buried, they go over the creek. We have slopes at the road that were created when the road was installed, all those things that we talked about last summer, I'm sure you remember. So there's really only one location for the house. You cannot have structure below the overhead power lines, so the house is broken into two pieces. We have only one location for septic. The on-site wastewater is over here. It has to be 100 feet from the creek for obvious reasons. It's a very good rule. And then we have our one location for a well, and then the required water augmentation tanks are here. We have our fire suppression that Tammy pointed out right here. And then our driveway access, we've looked at every access point with the caucus for this. This is the driveway access point with sight lines that are appropriate, the grade that's appropriate for fire codes, and the appropriate turnaround for fire codes. This is regardless of house size. This is all standard. This actually meets the code. As you can see, in green are the wetland setbacks, the mapped wetlands. You can also see that activity is pretty consolidated as much as we can. We have our house and our driveway consolidated, and then all the infrastructure is up by the road as much as practicable, understanding we can't undermine the road surface to install the infrastructure. So you're probably thinking, or I was thinking, as we put this application together over the past couple years, what happens if we just make the house smaller? Like, is that the answer? Would that mean less impact? And it really does not, unfortunately. Reducing the house to less than 5750 doesn't change the impact. The septic field here is sized off of a 3-bedroom house. That's pretty reasonable. It was a 6-bedroom house in the West Side application. We've reduced down to 3 in order to fit the on-site wastewater in this little corner here outside of that 100-foot setback. The well and the water augmentation that's required, that is just county code based on a single-family home. It's not based on the size of the house. Moving on to this slide, which shows tree removals in the context of the envelopes. As Tammy mentioned, there's only almost 1,600 caliper inches of tree removals. Those are the trees. I'm sure when you've gone to by the site, there's a lot more than trees that you see. All the riparian vegetation, all the shrubs and things like that. They don't count towards that number. But another question is probably, if we have a smaller house, does that mean less tree removals? It actually does not. The wildfire mitigation requirements, the driveway grading, all of that means that the trees near the house need to be removed regardless of the house size. Most of the trees are removed along the driveway and some along where the infrastructure is proposed, but mostly centered around the driveway. So a smaller house does not result in code compliance. It just doesn't. Not to mention the impacts on wildlife. I don't think they care if the house is 4,000 or 5,750. So I'm going to breeze through these. Tammy did a great job, like usual, covering what's in your code and the goals. The master plan is kind of where we always start, right? It's about preservation of rural character, avoiding environmentally sensitive areas, and protecting water quality. Like I said, we've done our best on the east side. Here's a photo that I took last fall of where the house would go. I'm standing on the highway, or not on the highway, on Snowmass Creek Road, looking at the house site, which would be right here. And yeah, it's the edge of the guardrail. That was kind of my marker. So when I got back to the office, I knew what I was looking at. But it is easy to see because the driveway is just past the guardrail. So anyway, we struggle to meet the comp plan, the master plans, the community balance criteria. Tammy covered this, that the goal of the code is to avoid constrained areas when you're finding a location for your activity envelopes in your site plan. We've tried our best, but we have been unable to do that. So I lumped a lot of the code sections together. Pretty important to talk about tree removal. I feel like that's one of the undeniable places where the east side development falls short. Almost 1,600 caliper inches of mature vegetation is a huge number. You can see it here. We actually inventoried every tree. There's photos of them all here. Some are standing dead, which are just as important as the live trees. The majority of the tree removals are within 100 feet of Snowmass Creek. And as we said in the application and in the water analysis, there's no ability to revegetate. So a lot of times you'll see applications where there's tree removals, but there's a revegetation plan. People do their best to kind of make it look back to what it used to be. The reason we cannot revegetate is because we'd have to have an augmentation pond. And Mike Sawyer's on the call in case there's questions about this. We showed you all the ways we were trying to fit an augmentation pond last summer. Ted, I know you weren't at the hearing, but just to summarize, the pond would either be in conflict with the septic field, which is not okay. The pond would be adjacent to Snowmass Creek, which is also not allowed because it would change the course of the creek. Or the pond would extend into the road. So there's no way for us to fit a pond and the required infrastructure and a house in order to revegetate. So wildlife habitat, Tammy showed a river with green trees. Try to get that off. Tammy showed you, the wildlife maps. Our ecologist from SGM, senior ecologist Andy Antipas, he has done a ton of work in Pitkin County. You probably recognize his name. He gave us a very objective review of what the impacts would be for east side development. And they're huge. There's no way to avoid it. The segmentation of the property by the removal of that vegetation for a house and having year-round domestic activity. This is going to be Alex's, permanent residence. It just has a huge impact on the natural environment that is just unavoidable. There's nothing we can design or do or a smaller house that would make that change. There we go. Water courses and drainage, floodplain hazards, rivers, stream corridors, wetlands. I feel like you get the idea on the setbacks, so I'm not going to dwell on it anymore. But I do want to touch on the floodplain. The areas outside of the mapped floodplain. You good? You want me to keep going? Okay. Okay. No, I just want to make sure. So the areas outside of the mapped floodplain, we have an analysis of that from SGM in the application, Exhibit B2. CGS raised some questions about, like Tammy mentioned, some fluvial soils and things like that that could be further investigated. We haven't done that. The way you would do that is tree removals, soil testing, destructive things that we're trying to avoid. So while we don't have that information in the application, I think staff agrees that at this point it's really not needed, and it's a little counterintuitive to what we're trying to do. So I don't want there to be a feeling that the application's deficient in that way. It was in agreement that it was not information you needed to make your decision. It's not something that's specifically required in the code. It's something we would generally do, but in this instance, it did not seem appropriate. Scenic view and protection, roads, driveway, and parking, we mostly meet this criteria. We did our best. Delvin and Megan did their best to have the house sited almost below the road. It's 1 story. It's not even a 2-story house. They did their best to, break up the facades and make it blend as much as possible, but you're going to see it. There's just no way around it without being able to re-veg and shield the house. These are the 2 views, coming and going from the highway. Solar, lighting, and renewable energy, those codes are met. Those are kind of the easier ones to meet. You can see here retaining walls, driveway down to the house, all the topography, the river, and then the view from the opposite side of the creek. Steep slopes were also raised. We addressed those in the application with SGM's analysis. The residence is mostly in a flat section because it's down, by the riverbank. There are some steep slopes, mostly by the road, like I mentioned. So there need to be soil stabilization and things like that to install the infrastructure, but mostly man-made slopes on this section of the property. Here is our proposed well location. Mike has said this is the only location for the well. This is it. And then here is a close-up version, if it's helpful to see, of the OWTS. The setbacks that we would need to request from the BOA are noted here. All of our infrastructure, we're pushed as far to the road as we can get in order to get away from the creek because we're it's pretty tight. I summarized the required code sections, mostly Chapter 7, like Tammy mentioned, into a chart just to kind of summarize my presentation and our agreement with staff that we do not meet the code. I do want to say the team that Alex has put together, we've all been working in the county for decades. The project doesn't fail because we didn't try. Alex really wants an approval for this property, and we took the time, we did the analysis, and we did our absolute best. But we can all honestly say with a straight face, with no questions, that the east side does not work as a development location. It cannot conform to the code. With that being said, the property has a valid development right. The development right can be exercised on the west side without the level of destruction on the east side, even if it is a bridge from Snowmass Creek Road. I think we'd all prefer Highway 82. Happy to talk to you about our conversations with CDOT. But with that, I would like to thank you for your time. I'm going to turn it over to Haley, who's going to make a few comments.
Thanks, Sarah. So to follow up a little bit on Sarah's comment about the comments in the resolution and the application, or excuse me, the staff memo about information that may have been missing, we had a few proposed changes to the resolution to touch on that based on what was in the application and what we've talked about today. I did send that to Rye last night, and Rye, I have paper copies if we can pass those around, one for all of the commissioners.
Did go to the slide.
Yeah, and we do have it up on the slide
Yep.
too. So I'll pass that way. So the first, I won't go through all of them, but there were two primary pieces we wanted to adjust based on what we talked about. So section 11B, where the resolution originally said that the application didn't have sufficient comparative plans or analysis to demonstrate that alternatives would bring this into compliance. I think Sarah did a great job of explaining why that's not the case. Because of the non-starters on these constrained area pieces. So the wildfire mitigation, driveway meeting code, septic, water based on dwelling size, or the dwelling, not the size of the unit. None of those are going to change based on the size of the structure. So we wanted to clarify that here, that it's not the lack of information, it's the merits of the application that don't meet this particular criteria. And then the second main change would be in section 14, which touches on the revegetation piece. Similarly, here, it's not that we couldn't or didn't provide a plan. It's that we can't because we don't have the legal or physical ability to provide that. So instead of calling that out as a deficiency in the application, explaining that there is a merit behind that finding to support the denial overall. So, and then there are just a few other minor edits in there, but we wanted to make sure we highlighted those for the commission to consider. Thank you.
With that, we'd like to say thank you. Happy to answer any questions that you have.
Well, here we are again. And, as you recall, a year ago, I knew it was impossible to build on the east side, and I'm really sorry you had to put in all this work to prove it to us. And this is a really unusual application where the person who's putting in the application says, this doesn't work. So it's very unusual. But thank you for your presentation. Thank you, Tammy. I would love to hear you talk about your conversations with CDOT.
Happy to. Alex, do you want to jump in first? Alex was on all the calls as well.
Well, I think I would just say Sarah did a great job laying out the history, but we can get into more detail. At the request of the county, we obviously approached CDOT early, and that rolled over into multiple conversations, as Sarah said. Andrew Knapp from county was involved in all of those conversations. I think he knew personally, as a former coworker who we were speaking with at CDOT, as Andrew Knapp used to be employed at CDOT. So there was a good relationship there. We had the traffic engineer from SGM participate on all those calls. And frankly, I thought CDOT was gracious. They gave us all the time to hear us out. But nevertheless, they never moved off of their position of denial based on what Sarah had articulated earlier, traffic volume, safety, highway designation. So I've always said, and I know I've shared with some of you, that I'm happy to go back to CDOT, but we've tried this probably 3 or 4 times now. They have never changed their rationale for denial. Perhaps this denial on the east side adds some ammunition to that. So I'm happy to approach that, but what I don't want is to have them deny once again, which is what I think they'll do based on previous conversations, and then be kind of back to no man's land.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Well, what do you see as the alternative then, if they deny it again, the end of the road?
I think, as Sarah discussed, and I think many of you heard last year or over the previous years, we specifically picked the west side site envelope specific to that's where it was least constrained on the property and the best location to develop. Obviously, it was improved in 1997, but that's when the owner at that time had access off of 82. So short of getting access from 82 from CDOT, I would like to propose we come straight off of what was shown there at the end of the guardrail, go straight across the creek with very minimal disruption to the riparian, which my understanding is the land use code abides by that, but I'm not the expert here. But it would go straight across. We'd minimize the driveway as much as possible. We would build a bridge that would span the banks, no impact to the creek bed whatsoever, and it would be as disruption would be minimized as much as possible. And then frankly, the rest of it would stay as is from what was proposed on the west side originally.
I guess I'd just follow up with that to say if we can't get off center with 82 access or accessing off Somas Creek, we will be in the position here if this is denied tonight of having tried both sides and gotten denied both times. So we may be in a takings position as well.
So you would come back with another plan to cross the bridge, cross the river in a different place? If CDOT turns you down.
Well, I believe also we have provided to the county, and I believe to you as well, probably a dozen options as to how to access the property from everywhere, frankly. And that includes many different locations from Somas Creek Road. I think we would come back with what we think is the most viable, least disruptive option that would come right off of Somas Creek Road at the end of the railing. It would literally go straight to the creek, over the creek, and pick up the existing two-track road as depicted on what's on screen right now.
It's basically what you see here. And the different iterations that Alex was mentioning were presented last summer in the appeals hearing and in the application that was being appealed.
And this access, what you're seeing here now, this was not the location of the original access for the initial west side application. We had cited it further up Somas Creek Road, had made the driveway longer. That was an error, frankly, on our part. So this is a much more streamlined access off of Somas Creek Road.
Okay, thanks.
Sure.
Further commissioner questions or comments? We're going to stick with driveway, I guess. If we deny tonight, you therefore have no reasonable access, which seems to be the nexus or what CDOT needs in order to then revisit Highway 82. Is one of the fallacies in that argument that the neighbor currently has access off of Snowmass Creek Road to their parcel? So I guess my question is, have we really exhausted, have we exhausted Snowmass Creek Road? And you're proposing potentially to come back with a smaller driveway than whatever it was, 1,800 feet. I'm trying to get us out of this impasse. And my question really is, I think the language from CDOT is no reasonable access to private property from the general street system, which kind of runs afoul of the neighbor currently has an easement to go across your property to access theirs. So I guess that's my question. But it's sort of two parts.
Right. I think
Haley.
for that, on that particular piece, that driveway and that access is so different than what we're proposing here. So I think those are distinguishable and could certainly be an argument we would make to say that access and where that goes and what it's accessing and how far it doesn't intrude into the various constraints we have here is a distinguishing factor. And that's what, this commission has certainly articulated to us as what's the problem with this property and where we can access off of Snowmass Creek Road here.
You're kind of between a rock and a hard place because you want to prove to CDOT that you can't get across the creek to your property. But if CDOT says no, then you kind of come back to us and say, well, actually, we want to cross the creek here. So it's a really difficult, almost no-win situation for you guys that I find incredibly unfortunate. And then I'm wondering if CDOT will find it disingenuous for you to say there is no way to access it, and then you come back and we give you a way to access it. It's awkward. It's messy and awkward. And
Commissioner Clapper.
Yes, thank you for the floor. The issue before me, I don't know about the rest of you, is the development on the east side. I'm not here to negotiate a driveway or anything on the west side. That is not before us tonight. And I think it's pretty clear that staff's recommendation of denial, and even the applicant's recommendation of denial, ironically, is that we move forward on that. I think in the denial here for the access to build and develop on the east side will give them another argument, as you said, for going to CDOT to see what can happen. And I think that might be valid for the BoCC to discuss when a new application comes before us, if they want to come back and try and develop on the west side. Because I have a great many concerns about the development on the west side other than just the access. But thank you, it was me who really pushed, show me you can't develop, and I still have concerns about what you showed me, but that's the issue that I think is before us today. Not tonight, it's not nighttime yet, kind of, but right now. Not renegotiating west side development.
If I could make a couple
Please.
points, I think, and maybe Suzanne can help me a little bit here. I do think some of the language in the resolution could be cleaned up a little bit. I do want to clarify that assuming that the BoCC accepts staff's recommendation to deny the application, and also not knowing what a future design for this property would look like, my understanding is that most iterations of crossing the creek will require some significant variance from the land use code standards. I don't mean variance in the sense of obtaining a variance from the Board of Adjustment, but a likely violation of the land use code. And I think the procedure for that will be in a takings application of some form or the other, now that an application for the west side and the east side has been denied. So I think that's the forum at which a future development for the west side could be reviewed if there is not any movement from CDOT on this issue. Now, whether CDOT would consider the need to substantially vary the land use code standards as a reasonable means of accommodating access to the parcel, I can't speak to that, but that would be the standard that we're looking at going forward, because as I understand the impacts on the riparian corridor, it would be very difficult to approve development in a manner that didn't violate our riparian and stream setback standards. So I think that is probably the procedural path forward for the applicant, assuming, again, that the application is denied by the board tonight. With respect to some of the clarifications in the resolution submitted by the applicant, I do think a little bit of clarity regarding paragraph 11B is warranted. As I read the applicable language of 71060, that language is based on a finding that there is no that a reduction in the range, size, or intensity of the development would not avoid a constrained area of the property. And you saw some of that presentation tonight from the applicant, where there is an assertion made that even if you reduce the house size, you would still be in a constrained area, and certain elements of the design would still be in a constrained area. Particularly, I think the last the last sentence of 11B, where it says the applicant has not demonstrated compliance with the adjustment step in section 71060, is misleading, but not intentionally so. I think a more proper way to frame that would be that, assuming the board agrees with this conclusion, is something along the lines of, because of the inability to avoid the constraints on the east side of Snowmass Creek by reducing the range, size, or intensity of the proposed development, sections 1060 does not present a land use code process that would present a path to approve the development, even at a reduced size. So I've got that language here. I think what I'm driving at, knowing that I just spoke to you some land use code text generally, is that assuming you agree that there is not an ability to make the house smaller and still fit it in on the east side, if that is your agreement, then 71060 really doesn't provide a code path forward. Because what that says essentially is if you make the house smaller, you can fit it somewhere on the east side. Assuming what you've been demonstrated on the record or not tonight, if you agree with that, I'm sorry, I guess it's not night yet, then I'm not sure 71060 is even really applicable to this situation. But I think
Just strike that.
I think you could either strike the entire paragraph or just add the change the last sentence that I have provided. Strike that. I'm sorry, it's up on the screen here. I agree with that strike of that last sentence there, and then I would add some language along the lines of what I have suggested, but it looks like the applicant has also suggested that. All I need from the board, and I can work with staff on this, is if the board agrees that an adjustment of the range, size, and intensity of the development would not lead to a path for approval on the east side, I can wordsmith this to fit into the intent of what the finding would be from the board. So I would need some clarification from the board moving forward, but my recommendation is that you do that if you agree with the assertion that making the house smaller on that side will not fit into that proposed envelope.
We want that now.
If you can do that now, I think we might as well move through it and start checking some of these things off.
I agree with Rye's proposal and would like to move forward on that.
Me too.
No, I think it makes sense. I just, for what we're all in agreement here on what the decision is today.
Yeah.
And I think that helps maybe looking ahead, and it's helpful to have it explained that way.
Okay.
I'm seeing 3 members of the board nodding that they want to, then I won't voice my opinion that I don't agree. Yeah.
Okay.
But I can understand where you're going. I'm okay.
Some of the cleanup stuff in between 11B and 14, primarily 12C, there's a couple changes in there that I do not find objectionable. I think 13A is fine and B is, I'm not sure I understand the intent behind, but it is not necessary to the BoCC's findings. I think that's superfluous, but maybe the applicant wants to provide a little clarity on that.
Sure, so just getting back to the point of it not being a deficiency in the application that prevents the commission from making a finding with respect to that specific section, because we didn't have that analysis, as Sarah mentioned, so it's not that the board can't make a decision because it didn't have that information.
Right, then I'd be looking to staff, I guess, to sort of weigh in on whether that code section is applicable, or whether the,
I mean, the basis for denial isn't hinged on the floodplain findings.
so are you all right with that?
Yeah.
Okay. I think 14 is somewhat up to the board. The board would have to accept that revegetation is not physically or legally possible. You know, I don't know what the board's findings would be on that based on the presentation. I think to some extent denial of the application would be warranted either way. So the sentence that begins with "because of the physical constraints of the property" seems warranted. The findings of impossibility seem more challenging to me, but.
Can I ask a question just regarding the pond needed to store water? Is it a requirement that there's a pond is needed?
For irrigation.
Well,
it's a nice thing to put a pond in, but is it actually something we require people to do?
I think the argument is on the scale of water that they would need to provide irrigation for the re-veg plan. They would likely need it. I'm not
Yeah, I
suggesting
don't think that's
that the
relevant
board
to our
leave it in.
conversation
Might be
today. Yeah,
good
I'd be
to
more comfortable.
strike that
Yeah, if that was gone.
leave the because of the physical constraints of the property. That is the provision that I think makes the most sense. But again,
I would propose we go with that, what Rye's suggesting here.
Jeffrey, may
Yeah, please.
The problem for me is we didn't see a revegetation plan, so I don't really know what the plan would have been to.
Haley or
Because,
Sarah
yeah,
or
I
Haley.
understand why we didn't, but
Okay.
we didn't, so, but if the board's comfortable not seeing a re-veg plan, saying it does not legally, then we haven't seen what
well, again, I think the board would have to, you do not have to make these changes to the application. The board would have to accept here at the table that because of the physical constraints on the property, of revegetation was not provided and it could not have been provided. And maybe staff can weigh in on that as well.
Okay.
Because they're the experts on what the code would require in that regard.
Yeah, and we also
So-
have Mike Sawyer, who did the water analysis, and that's really what determined that we didn't have water to re-veg. You can't, plant even temporarily water what we would be planting. And so we worked very closely with Mike, and that's why he's on the call, because we thought there would be questions about that. But there's deliberately no re-veg plan because we don't have the water for it.
Could I make I
Very
apologize, I'm feeling a little impatient, only that I have to meet a deadline to get out of here. I apologize to everyone, and if I have to go sooner, I will, but I don't think that's necessary, and I would just soon get to a decision as soon as we can, but I don't want to be hasty if anybody wants to hang around, but
Well,
some of these elements have no bearing on what we're talking about today.
I wasn't aware you had to leave early, I'm sorry, I must have missed that.
I just said it.
Well, I mean, earlier, it would have been nice to know you were leaving early before you
I'm
telling us you were leaving early.
Back to the resolution, please.
Okay, so I guess I'm just looking for some board direction. I think we're down to this paragraph 14 here, and I'm not sure if staff has had the opportunity to provide its opinion on whether it would have been.
Tammy or Suzanne, and if Haley wanted to.
I mean, that is a difficult position to weigh in on the spot. I mean, right, I understand why they didn't provide the re-veg plan. I'd say in my experience reviewing land use applications, we have seen re-veg plans where people propose trucking and water and doing really creative things. So for me to say definitively it's impossible, I don't think I can go there. I know, so personal experience, I don't know. I wouldn't make that finding.
So Haley and Sarah, could we live with 14 as drafted by staff for this
think-
resolution?
It's edited.
Would there be?
Or sorry, and then Rye had wanted it. Rye was accepting part of it. I apologize.
I think we could live with the condition if it was just leaving in the because of physical water, or at least physical constraints, that sentence.
Okay.
But getting rid of the other edits, I think we can live with that.
Tammy, sorry to put you back on the spot.
No. I think the only other
Yeah.
piece that, and I'm not quite sure why that was in here, but that the materials are internally inconsistent about it. I think the application was pretty clear that we don't have irrigation, so that's why we're not providing the re-veg plan. I don't know if staff could provide some additional clarification on that internally inconsistent
I think it was
language.
the ecological report alluding to a re-veg plan. But again, I think we're just maybe.
I mean, I think I would agree that last sentence because of the constraints. Oh, sorry. Keep that sentence, the revised sentence, but I guess my suggestion might be the last part of it where it says the BoCC finds that applicant cannot produce, maybe it may not be able to produce. I think to Tammy's point, is there some other solution? Maybe, but again, we just haven't gone down that road because there's so many other things that aren't complying with the code. That seemed
Keep it more generic.
right.
Okay.
But I think keeping that, if you strike basically that second sentence and keep the third sentence with that change.
So should I just read it for clarity and see if we have it? Section 72010, 72130, site prep, landscaping and vegetation protection. The application proposes removal of 1,581 caliper inches of trees, much of it within the riparian corridor. Because the physical constraints of the property severely limit applicant's ability to provide an irrigation water supply from an east side development, the BoCC finds that may not be able to produce, or may not be able to produce enforceable plan? Where are you going?
Yeah, may not be able to produce an enforceable plan
to establish
replacement.
vegetation. Is
Yeah.
that works?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, agreed? Getting head
Good.
shakes.
Yes.
Fewer
Excellent.
absolutes.
Thank you. 14 is clear.
I believe that was the last suggested change, so.
Excellent. I want to circle back, if I may. What I was trying to get at with the road conversation was, do you have what you need in this resolution from a denial standpoint with regards to language, no reasonable access to private property from the general street system? That's what I was really trying to drive at, so that it was explicit in this resolution that the BoCC just denied east side development, and that no reasonable access to private property from the general street system was in this.
Yeah, I think
That's what
that
it's
was the gist of our edits, was to say it's the merits of this that are warranting denial, and it's not because we were missing things. And so I think that the changes that we've discussed tonight get us there to say it's the nature of the development that is the justification for denial, and that's not going to change. So if we came back with more information, it wouldn't change the outcome.
But Jeffrey, was that your question?
The question really is, if you take this back to CEDA, if we gave this to Andrew tomorrow and said, look, we've denied east side, is it opening a door to CDOT potentially? And so.
Hopefully, we'll try again.
But wait a minute, then they come
What's the
back
next step?
in and want to do an east side access when we've denied east side access.
Or a west
It's a
side.
new application.
As a new application. Okay, just pointing that out. And I understand where we're caught between how do we get CDOT to maybe be more reasonable, at the same time, how do we not put ourselves in a situation?
Public hearing.
We're good? Board's good?
I think so.
You've got what you need?
Yes. Have we opened the hearing up?
I'm about
yet?
to open up the public hearing. Looking in the room or online for anyone that wants to comment on item number 17, FEVAG Ranch LLC activity envelope and site plan and GMQS exemption. Seeing none, I'm closing the public hearing and bringing it back to the board for additional discussion.
I'd make a motion to approve the resolution denying the application
Resolution as amended.
as amended. Thank you. Is that enough?
Yes.
Second.
Further board discussion. Did the applicant get everything you need as well at this table?
Thanks,
Do you have
guys.
anything?
No, thank you. Thank you for your time. We appreciate your comments.
Seeing no further questions or comments, all those in favor of the denial of the application?
Aye.
Thanks. And it was nice seeing you guys again.
Onward.
I'm looking for open discussion, but I'll give the room 3 minutes to I just
I'm
turned it.
glad we could accommodate you by denying your application.
I'm going to give the room 3 minutes. We'll stay online with grassroots, but I'll give the room 3 minutes to reset as we move to open discussion before adjournment.
Viking shirt. The rain has stopped. Timing is perfect.
Sure.
Reflects that.
Taking notes too.
Yeah.
Thought I'd help you out.
I appreciate that.
Good to see you.
Thanks, Chris. Thank you, Haley. Thank you. We're ready. Yeah, we're reset. It's open discussion.
Okay. Board, I just have one open discussion item. I had sent an email. We are looking at doing a retreat with Recondo, our airport financing advisors.
Wait, I can't.
They sound so happy.
Yeah, I know. I've never seen so much cheerful.
And my calendar isn't home. I took it out of my stuff when I traveled, so I'll have to get back to you on that.
Okay. So I had sent, I apologize, there's some emails and I had confused dates and times, but Recondo is able to come. We are looking at Thursday, September 3rd from 10:30 to 2:30 roughly. We can narrow in that time frame, but would like to be able to confirm that as a retreat time frame and then can work on location and details and lunches from there. And so Patty, I think you need to hear.
BLT on Rye.
Okay. Patty, I'll wait to hear from you and on your calendar, but we would be looking at Thursday, September 3rd.
10:30, is that?
10:30.
Okay.
I've responded affirmatively, digitally.
Okay. Jeffrey,
I
does that
don't know
work?
if that date's gonna work for me, but
What's that?
I'm not sure that date will work for me, and if they're up to, I'll check it, I'll come
Okay.
back to you.
Okay.
And just so everyone knows, the goal is to have this conversation also pre a trip to Washington. So that's the other logic for doing it in the couple of weeks before that.
And trying to find times, if it doesn't work on the 3rd, then I'll probably have to work with the chair because I don't know if Recondo has availability within the board's schedule before that DC visit. So we will tentatively, and Patty, I'll connect with you after you get your calendar.
Any other board open discussion?
Yeah.
Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion to adjourn at 4:43.
So moved. Seconded.
Excellent. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.